bit might be a smidge of red there. Kind of liking just like a mid fade, almost flag into the middle of the green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it coming down like right at bunker.
Yeah, like between the tower and the flag.
Yes. Can you spin?
Yeah.
Oh, wrench, grabbed it. Bunker.
Come on, mate.
Aye. Yeah. It was a good line, but I just fell short.
Just going to speak to John for a second. fits the pace. It's very hard for a Scotsman to throw it.
Henrik, thanks very much for joining us. What's it like coming to the BMW PGA Championship on a third round? Do you still feel the nerves?
Maybe not so much nerves, but it's great to be here. Obviously, we've got good crowds back and the atmosphere is buzzing, and yeah, it's a special event, that's no question.
And what about the game plan here today? Do you have a game plan and just see how it goes from the get-go?
I'm going to try and make the 12 birdies I made in the first 2 rounds, but I'm going to skip those 8 bogeys that I also made. So how does that sound?
That sounds pretty good to me. What's it like playing in front of this fantastic gallery this week? I mean, it's pretty special, isn't it?
It is for sure, and especially coming up 18, it's always a lot of people in the grandstand, and if you had a good shot in there, you'll hear about it. So yeah, it's good fun to be back.
What's it like having your great mate, Gareth Lord, back on the bag?
I didn't know he was a mate, is he? Yeah, I know it's good fun to get back together. We did 6 years together between 2013 and 2018, and we always said we were going to try and have a rematch at some point. So here we are, first week out, and yeah, it's good to have him back on the bag.
We can't wait to see you on the golf course today.
All right, thank you. I'll try my best.
Come on, come on.
Well, I'm a very lucky boy. I'm with Alex Noren here at Wentworth. Alex, how's your week been, my friend?
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, the course was probably the best I've seen it. Very dry, very bouncy first 3 days, a little bit of rain after that, but still beautiful. And like, it's one of the most beautiful courses, probably.
When you come back here, you got Dave McNeely on the bag. I've seen you grinding really hard on the range. What have you been working on?
Well, just try to, you know, it feels so easy in a pro-am when the pin is in the middle, then they tuck the pins, and it's quite tough grass around the green, so it's hard to get close to those back pins, side pins. So just trying to figure out shots that I can reach all those pins comfortably and still not miss the greens on the short side. Maybe like 4 or 5 of those kind of stupid bogeys during the week so far. So I'm trying to, you know, really work on the shots. You know, and he helps me a lot, and my coach helps me with that, but just trying to figure out that.
Well, Wentworth, we know, is a great hunting ground for you. 62 in the final round to go on and win. You're back here, the great memories. I mean, also, I got to reflect, Ryder Cup. I got to bring that up. You know, I have to. I mean, you hold the final putt over at Paris National. How does that get the juices flowing and the motivation?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance, you know, outside chance. What am I don't know what the leaders are at the moment. Maybe I'm 8 back or something like that. So I mean, 2 rounds, anything can happen, and I just hope for a little bit more wind, so it's not too easy to make birdies. You know, then if you get going, something can happen, and you get some adrenaline going. So I'm hoping for that. We'll see what happens.
Well, good man, Alex. Thank you very much, and all the best for today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers.
What's the little deal? 180 on it every time I went out on it. 170, 180 somewhere. That was the trouble. You know, even on down the dual carriageway or bike control.
Listen. Oh, the first one's further down.
Front, and then you'd hope that would come out and chase. Start it on a good line. Yeah. Perfect.
Lee, thanks for letting us interrupt your practice. How's the practice session going this morning?
Yeah, good. I'm working on a couple of things, just trying to get it a little bit higher in the backswing and a bit more behind it when I hit it. All pain.
Let's take you back to 17. Yes, it's fine margins in this game. It was a fantastic chip-in, sort of turned it around for you.
Yeah, you know, I was patient all day. I didn't start off very well. I wasn't hitting the ball great. And then I hit it okay coming down the last few holes. Found myself in a tough lie for the first chip on 17. You want to really miss it left there, and I didn't. And then I chipped in on 17 the day before. I did it again yesterday. So, you know, if you keep giving yourself, if you're patient and you wait for good things to happen, sometimes they do.
So what have you got to do around here? It's an iconic golf course. You know it better than I'd say anybody else in this field. What have you got to do well here to score?
You need to hit a lot of fairways. You know, distance control is important around here, especially the way the wind sometimes gets in the trees and swirls around. So it means a lot to be coming out the fairways. And like any other golf course in any other big tournament, you know, you need to have a good short game, putt well. But it all starts off the tee hitting fairways.
Looking forward to playing with Henrik?
I am, yeah. Yeah, I like playing with Henrik. He's good company, good dry sense of humour. We get on well. We've been out here a long time together.
Thanks, Lee. Good luck.
Cheers.
Where's your car park? Which car park? Oh, so you're going to be back at there for the...
It's more than obviously that feels in there. Go up into the by having been getting the instructions to go there, because I'm getting other instructions of the things on the problem. So I can look at the board. So when you were taught just like the rock the qualification lines, did you figure out that the side fact the output at least we try to remark trying to like follow up and down, follow the E65, not necessarily that's what leads to
Noren, perfect tee shot.
Be right ball, please.
Astonishing, it really is. What a shot that is.
The 1991 PGA champion, Severiano Ballesteros.
Rory McIlroy has suddenly found top gear.
Monty's done it. His first PGA Championship.
Luke Donald's BMW PGA champion, and he's the new world #1.
And a record 4th victory in the PGA Championship.
Left-hand flag. Just got to be a little careful not to overdraw it. No chance of that. Just stick it straight in the middle. It's holding one time.
The Harry Potter of golf wielding his magic.
He is BMW PGA Championship winner.
Lay down. 102.
This is game number 18. On the tee from Sweden, Joachim Lagergren. On the tee from South Africa, Dean Burmester.
Thank you, Alistair. Yeah. Yeah. It's really important actually with the wedges, more so than anything else.
There he is.
Annabelle, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Tyrrell, how you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I feel like I'm on your turf. With Annabelle, you obviously being a member down here at Wentworth.
Yeah.
And Tyrrell being
Welcome.
the BMW PGA defending champ. Thanks for having me.
I'm excited.
Ready for the challenge?
Yep.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Okay, so this is Seve back in 1991. Oh, look at that swing. Check out the crowd
Everyone
as
getting
well.
so into it though, did you see that?
And then watch this, so it lands up middle of the green, pins at the back, and it kind of just nestles up to what, 3 foot? And then goes on to win. Do you think we can do it?
You're not expecting that of us, Rick, are you?
Oh, I hope so. Tyrrell?
I'll go first, yeah.
Well done. Take him all to the team. All right, Tyrrell, you got this. 205 yards. Seve back in 91 hit 5-iron from here.
Yeah.
What are you going with?
I've also got 5-iron.
Nice. Inspired by Seve.
Yes. Let's see if I can get. I'll be happy on the green.
Tyrrell.
Oh my God! Have you got earplugs?
Come on.
That's got to go.
Get up.
I mean,
Oh.
I've hit that absolutely
Do you know what? It was a good line, though.
disgusting.
It was a good line.
I mean, are your ears all right? Because mine are ringing.
Right.
Right,
Channeling
come on.
my inner Seve.
Let's see some magic.
You got this. Oh, yes.
Move.
How
Move.
good is that?
Oh, yes. Oh.
Sports fans.
Phenomenal.
Thank you.
Phenomenal.
Seve who? What?
That was
Unreal.
phenomenal.
Right, okay.
That was some
Show us
golf
how it's
shot.
done.
You look
Quite
nervous.
daunting, isn't it?
I'm
When you
very
stand
nervous.
over it
I
and
am
look at it,
very
it's actually a
nervous.
really small spot.
Okay, good vibes only.
Oh,
Travel.
be
Travel.
good. Be good.
Travel.
Oh,
Travel a bit more.
it's a great shot there, though.
Travel a bit more.
Hell of an
It was
effort.
on a good
Imagine you
line.
left yourself an uphill putt.
And
Do
you
you
know
know
what
what
I
I mean?
did?
You would have
Just before the shot, I
What?
went from 4 to 5.
Oh no.
If I'd have stuck
always,
with 4,
always trust your first
If only.
instincts. If only. That's golf, isn't it, for you?
I'm gonna hit one more, just to try and redeem myself.
Are you ready?
No.
Oh, be good.
Oh, that's straight at it.
Oh, be good.
Go in.
Be incredible. Be
Go in.
incredible. Be incredible.
Oh!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my God! I actually thought I went in for a minute.
That is
What
a joke.
a shot!
Alex Noren, good drive at 18, going for the green.
So this is the shot that I've picked. 2017, Alex Noren doing his thing.
Wow. And this was to finish an unbelievable round of golf.
Because he started, he was quite early, posted the score, didn't he?
He did. And look how
Just
close
no
it
one could
nearly
beat
goes
it.
in. And it nearly goes in for an albatross on the last
Reads
hole.
the contours perfectly, doesn't he?
Incredible.
To pull that off at that such a key moment in the tournament.
You go first, show us how it's done.
I'll give it a go.
Let's go.
Try and get one on. Wish me luck, guys.
Show us
Luck,
something
Rick.
special.
Travel!
Sweet.
Travel!
Oh, the
Again!
wing's holding it out there.
And then take the contours.
Take that though, wouldn't you?
I'm taking that every day, I'm not going to lie to you.
That's
gonna hit the car.
Oh!
That's so. Oh my God.
Thank God there's a mat here, by the way.
Oh, come on. That looks good.
I'll take that.
Yeah, that looked very,
That's
very
impressive.
good.
That's 15 feet. I'll take it.
Oh,
Be the number.
That looks,
That looks
good in the air.
really good.
Yeah,
What do you reckon?
I think it was decent.
Lovely shot.
That's 5 feet.
Oh,
Oh!
what an effort. Unreal.
5 feet. Right, we are on to the next challenge, which, by the way,
This one's a bit tricky, right?
I believe so. Right, Tyrrell?
Yeah, I've chosen a nice one for you.
Oh, thank you.
Right, guys, may have stitched us up here.
Yeah, completely.
But the shot that I've chosen is of my good friend Danny Willett from 2019. We're on the 15th hole, 230 yards in the trees. And what a shot he produces.
Carnage. It's actually a joke.
Yeah.
How he
follow
misses that
through.
tree, it confuses me.
And the spectators.
Unreal.
Look at his face.
Look at him laughing.
And that's what we're going to try and do now?
Yeah, I mean, let's not break a wrist
or a club.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, guys, I'm going to go 2 iron.
Oh, there you go.
Be good. Kick right, kick right, kick right, kick right. Miss the bunker, please.
That's pretty good, Rick.
I've just not got a fade in me. That's the best I'm going to do. And you know what? I'm normally pretty good in trees, so I'm normally in the trees. Right, Annabelle, you're up next.
I'm a bit nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
I've had this shaft for years, it'd be a shame for it to go now.
Just make sure you stop at impact.
Okay, thanks, Tyrrell. Here goes potentially everything. It's not affecting the backswing though, is it?
No, you're good there.
Okay.
Wow. Oh. Oh. It was well out.
God, that was scary. How are you feeling over there, Tyrrell? All good?
I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
I know Danny hit 4 iron. I've got 3 wood on this occasion.
Please tell me you're gripping it down.
I am.
Okay, great news.
And just hoping that I can avoid the trees.
Oh!
Oh my God.
That is ridiculous.
A shot.
Come on.
Go.
Come on.
Go.
That is...
I mean, it took half the trees out, but...
Wait, hold on.
Look at this.
Delighted with that.
Wow.
All right.
On the tee from Spain, Rafa Cabrera Bello.
the number they're trying to get to? I don't know. Yeah,
Just seen the call, just seen the missed call. So I'll call you now. What's the, what do you want for?
Gibbingtons. You alright? Yes. Hey? Hey? Great morning. What? Lovely. Yes.
Were you asked to do a pre-round interview? No, I wasn't. I'll do one, obviously. Do you want to do one?
Sure. I don't have bundles of time, but I'll do a couple of questions.
Do you want them here or on the putt?
Whatever you want, kid.
They are on the putt.
Your show, mate.
I can move them. How long are you going to be here?
It's at 10 minutes. I head over the putting green here in about 5 past.
Do you want them to do you on the green when you leave? Yes.
I'll do it on the putting green. That's good. Lovely. Thanks, mate.
Good.
I am now, yeah, no, I didn't know I was able to, so okie dokie, yeah, that's fine by me, thank you very much.
I'm here as well. It's quite loud to be fair, turn it down a little bit. Yeah, is that sounding alright?
this feeling of being a little bit more this way. Helps my arms come underneath me a bit better. I think that's been the main issue this week, just kind of getting it. Just trying to stick one's ass up a bit further. Getting a little bit more upright feeling here, a bit more on my toes. Just a little bit more.
Hello and welcome to the European Tour Betcast, live from day 3 of the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. And this is the first of our featured groups this morning. Henrik Stenson and Lee Westwood, a pair of European powerhouses, both starting the day at 4 under par. 8 shots back of Kiradech Aphibarnrat in the lead, and both right now at 200 to 1 to win the tournament. I'm joined by Warren Humphreys. Warren, you had a little wander out onto the range just to see these guys warming up.
Yeah, and I can tell you, both of them are a little tense.
This is game number 20. On the tee from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
So how many are going to hit the first fairway? It's the most difficult hole on the course. It is a tricky fairway to find. Where's your money going, Warren?
Well, as I'm going to go on Stenson, he's hit more fairways than Westwood so far this week, and out with a 3-wood.
So you're going just one to hit the fairway, Stenson, and that's 6 to 5.
Yeah, I think he'll hit the fairway. Always a little awkward, this opening hole, bunker day on the right. They're trying to keep it up on the top level, really, rather than catch the downslope. Don't like the way he's looking. Oh. You do not want to go in there. Bunker.
Well, if you'd have bet on one player to hit the fairway, you were thinking it would likely be Stenson. But it doesn't matter which one it is if one of them hits in that particular market. So Lee Westwood could save your bacon here, Warren.
Fairway's running a little bit faster than normal here at Wentworth. There's a little bit of bounce on them, a little bit of run, so trying to hold the short grass is tough. Westwood only hit 21 out of 36. I mean 12 out of 28 fairways so far this week. So not many on the short grass for him.
And hitting this fairway on the first is one thing, but keeping it there is another. The ball does tend to bounce and camber towards that right-hand rough. And Westwood down quickly, picking up the tee, fancies that one.
Is it going to stay on the fairway though? Yeah, you've got to say that's... Oh, it's sitting up like a coconut though. Now, it's unfair. He hit the fairway.
He hit the fairway and it rolled in the fairway for a very long time.
But it didn't stay in the fairway, so it doesn't count.
And there are the outright odds to win at the top of the market. Adam Scott is your 6 to 1 favourite. He's 10 under par through 36 holes. Kiradech Aphibarnrat, the leader right now, 7 to 1. Justin Rose and Shane Lowry, 9 to 1. And a couple of names there needing big results to get themselves into Podrick Harrington's European Ryder Cup team. Shane Lowry currently in that last automatic spot. Justin Rose on the outside looking in. You have to think a win, and he's likely to be at Whistling Straits. Of course, it's a huge event, Rolex Series event here, the BMW PGA Championship. That means 8,000 Race to Dubai points on offer, massive world ranking points as well. And the final event of Ryder Cup qualification, double points available in that, so hugely volatile. Bernd Wiesberger started the week outside of qualification. As things stand right now, he's jumping in. A lot of golf to be played though, the halfway stage, and that's how the leaderboard looks at the top. Those 2 gold stars next to Justin Rose's name, that denotes that he is a 2-time Rolex Series champion. Well, Matt Fitzpatrick, another player hoping to be in that Ryder Cup team, making a fast start today. 3 under par through 8. That's jumped him up to 6 under par total. Warren, you said Lee Westwood and Henrik Stenson were looking a bit tense on the range. That surprises me, 2 experienced campaigners.
Yeah, but I think it means so much to both of them. They're trying for these Ryder Cup spots. At the moment, Westwood is in the side, but he needs a good weekend. He doesn't want anyone leapfrogging him and knocking him out of contention, so he was a little bit tight-lipped. Certainly Stenson was working very hard. I mean, probably did half an hour on the putting green, all sorts of gadgets trying to help him with the stroke. Then he went on the range. And yeah, there's just that little bit of tension around the entire complex at the moment, and I think it's all to do with the Ryder Cup picks. Westwood was making the point last night. Was it a good idea to have such a big counting event as this 2 weeks prior, the main event happening at Whistling Straits?
Yeah, so much to be decided. A lot of players playing a lot of golf in the lead-up. Henrik Stenson himself in the right-hand bunker here, and this is his 4th week in action in a row on the European Tour. I spoke to him a little earlier this week, and he said, well, it's probably a decade since he last played 4 events on the European Tour in consecutive weeks, and there are the odds for what he's going to do from here. Unfortunately, to fancy bogey or worse at 11 to 10 on. Some players struggle to make par on this hole. It is the hardest on the course statistically through the first 2 and a bit days, so having found the fairway bunker, bogey or worse would be favourite for me, Warren.
Well, 213, it's a 5 or 6 iron, depending on the lie you'd have on a fairway. So I think there's very little chance of him getting up because the lip is so severe. But this is just laying it down the fairway. Now, try to get a little bit on the upslope, make a slightly easier shot in for his 3rd. Not the start he was looking for.
No, but as we've said throughout this week, this opening stretch of 3 holes is really, really tough. Number 1, the hardest on the course. Number 3, the 2nd hardest on the course. 2, the short par 3. We all saw an ace there from Adam Scott on the opening day. Well, 4 to 1 on for Westwood to make the par from where he is off the downslope. That ball did just run into the thicker rough, but sitting reasonably nicely, Warren.
Yeah, it seemed to be sitting up. We can see half of the ball. Rough is much longer than previous years, and it's quite thick, a little bit juicy. There's that dampness too, which makes it very tough coming out of here. 161, probably an 8 iron to a back flag. Don't think this is going to jump because the rough is so wet. Lost his balance. See how severe the slope was, dragging him forward. And he'll take that.
Yeah, in all honesty, if you miss the fairway on the first, anywhere on the
Yeah,
greens.
thank you, Richard. We've got Graham McDowell in the house, and we're about to hit the 3rd round. Graham, lovely weather. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's been it's been very benign this week, obviously conditions-wise. The wind's slightly out of a different direction today, a little bit more westerly in it. Of course, it's been fantastic. Great to see people out here. 3rd day with Alex Noren. I think he's sick of me by now, but hopefully we can go make a few birdies today.
Yeah, what's it like out there, the course in general? I mean, you made reference to it's in great condition, but from previous years?
It was firmer early in the week for sure. I mean, I'm disappointed to see it softened up a little bit. Obviously, we've had that little bit of overnight rain, but you know, I love it this time of the year because the greens here at Wentworth just roll perfect, and you know, I've been able to use the putter to my advantage. But like I say, great condition, great atmosphere. The BMW PGA, you know, it's our event, and we're having fun.
And also, just as always is, you work so hard on your game. I've seen you out there grooving away. What have you been working on?
Yeah, I've had a couple months off, actually, just kind of rehabbing a little bit of a forearm injury. So I'm just excited to be back out here playing golf. You know, I'm just trying to keep things simple, stick to what I know, stick to who I am, and just try and do it better.
Well, top man, Graham, thank you very much.
Cheers, Johnny. Thanks, man. See you guys.
Now, we're talking the others being tense. He wasn't. He didn't even get to the range, well, maybe 25 minutes before his starting time. He hit a few chip shots. He is super laid back at the moment.
Well, he knows he's going to be at Whistling Straits as a vice-captain, so he doesn't have any of that to worry about. As he says, He has had a bit of time off. He last teed it up in the Aberdeen Scottish Open in mid-July.
You know what I mean? Look, it's a field shot in there.
About 86, and the back number is another 5 or 6.
Yeah, you've got 6 behind.
Yeah.
Stenson's played this opening hole 10 times in a third round. His 14th appearance in the championship. He's never birdied the opening hole in any one of the 10 previous rounds, but he has had 3 bogeys on it. He doesn't want to have a 4th. See how much uphill he's got to play, so he's got to throw this pretty well right up to the flag, get some spin.
You can see the pendulum has swung in favour of the bogey or worse with the layup from the bunker. That's 3-1 on. He's given himself a very good chance of saving the par with that little approach into about 6 or 8 feet.
Yes, he may be a little bit tense out there, but he is the Iceman. He is pretty cool customer. Doesn't ever give much away. If you're playing match play, that's not the sort of person you want. You want a person who wears his heart on his sleeve, so you know how much he's suffering.
Yeah, we did joke that the defending champion this week, Tyrrell Hatton, who unfortunately missed the cut when he was in our European Tour Betcast coverage earlier in the week, we joked he probably wasn't a great poker player. You do tend to see his emotions. Henrik Stenson, on the other hand, I imagine would be pretty handy at poker. And here's his compatriot, Alex Noren. Recognisable little pre-shot routine, little practice manoeuvre that he does. And he is in our second feature group this morning on European Tour Betcast coverage here from the BMW PGA Championship, alongside the man we've just heard from, Graham McDowell.
Alex Noren, with those practice moves, makes Miguel Angel Jimenez look orthodox.
Yeah, talk us through what's he trying to do there, as we just see Lee Westwood eyeing up his putt, a long one uphill from the front of the green. You'd have to favour the 66-1 on that this doesn't go in. It would be an absolute bomb.
Yeah, a lot of break from right to left too in the last 10 feet or so. It's very much a lag putt. How about lugging it in? I mean, it's close. And that's really good for Westwood. Get early pace sewn in, walk up, tap it in on the opening hole, make your 4. As we've said all week, first 3 holes here, so important. If you get off to a decent start, even par through the first 3, then you've got a good chance of a really low score.
Yes, Westwood was part of our coverage yesterday. It was a slow start before really coming to life on the back 9. Patience was the word he used in his pre-round interview today, showed plenty of that. And as that graphic we just saw indicated, 1 over for the front 9, 5 under for the back 9, and with the 3 par 5s on the back 9, that does tend to be the more scoreable half here at Wentworth. Well, how the pendulum swings when you look at those odds. From the fairway bunker, he was fancied to make par, Henrik Stenson, and after the layup swung heavily in favour of bogey, and now at 9-4 on to hold this par putt. The bookies again fancy him to get out of here with a 4. And I have to say, I tend to agree. His putting let him down earlier this season. He wasn't playing his best golf, but over his recent run of 3 events on the European Tour, 3rd, 4th and tied 15th in those, the putter has been much improved. That's a disappointing bogey to start for Henrik Stenson. Looked like he'd done the hard work and recovered with that 3rd shot in, and it's a 9th bogey this week. It's just a case of too many drop shots. He's had 12 birdies prior to the start of the round. He said he just wanted to keep making the birdies, keep the drop shots off the card. But he won't be the only one to bogey that opening hole. What can Alex Noren and Graham McDowell do? Well, an interesting discrepancy in their tournament odds to win there, Warren. They both start on the same score, 4 under par. Alex Noren 100 to 1 to win the tournament. Graham McDowell 1,000 to 1.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not giving Graham much chance, are they? And, well, where he is right now, you can't say he's got a great opportunity. But, of course, someone like Noren, who, when he did win this tournament, shot 62 in the final day, came from a long way back. They probably still think that he has an outside chance with a really good 36-hole tally.
Yeah, there's a little look at the undulations up on the green in relation to that flagstick today. And both players with a lot of work to do in the race to Dubai standings. Noren 236th. McDowell even further down. So how many tee shots are going to hit the fairway? Well, bearing in mind what we saw from our first pair today, easy to see why 0 is the 6-4 favourite. But you know what? I'm going to go with what Warren went with on the first one, 7-5 for 1.
This is game number 21. On the tee from Sweden, Alex Noren.
'62 in the world rankings now. Alex Noren, 39 years old. Hard to believe he's that old. Still looks fresh-faced. 10 European Tour wins to his name as well. And it's driver for him off of the first. He looks happy with it. So did Lee Westwood, and that one managed to trickle out of the fairway though. Oh, stop there, stop there. And that's just about hung on to the short grass, so that is one ball in the fairway. You can see from his first 2 rounds, 1 fairway hit, 1 miss just to the right for Graham McDowell.
A lot of use that right-hand bunker. That's where Stenson was. McDowell finds it, but finds it with a driver. Not as long as the Swedish player. It's going to be a long way around if you keep doing that.
Yeah, so important to find fairways here at Wentworth, and 1 fairway was found from this group, which means our first prediction has come in, Warren. We're underway, and so are both of our featured groups here on the European Tour Betcast, live from the BMW PGA Championship. And let's jump to Lee Westwood at that short second, 155 yards. Pin 19 on 7 from the right.
Yeah, big oak tree on the right-hand side protects the flag as well as a bunker. And that's right on line. Excellent shot from Westwood.
That's the look back from the first fairway up to the first tee, the iconic Wentworth clubhouse in the background. Those flags are fluttering away, Warren.
Yeah, it didn't really have a great deal of breeze over the first 2 days. It got up in the afternoon on day 1. Not really a great deal around yesterday, but it's always awkward when you have a wind at Wentworth. It gets funneled through the trees. You're never quite sure where it's coming from because you don't play 2 holes in the same direction. Course takes a circular route around. The 9th doesn't come back to the clubhouse like a lot of courses these days. So once you head out to the course, you're out there for all 18.
There's a look at the second green. 12 birdies today, just the 3 bogeys or worse. Stenson looks like he's just missed the green to the left, 31 feet 7. Little chip shot. Westwood, however, with a decent look at birdie. Nicely played by Stenson, does get up and down 60.45% of the time. And he misses the green this year.
Yeah, it's actually, it's not a bad percentage, that 60%, but I'd like to get into the 70 or 75% if you could. 1.5 shots around, 6 shots a tournament. That's the difference between winning and losing, and that might be just the difference as to why he's languished down the world rankings this year.
So 13 to 10 that this goes in, Warren. What do you think?
Excellent chance, not a great deal of break, little from the left. Putted well yesterday. Got early form so far today with pace. Misread, allowed too much break. Otherwise, not a bad putt, good for pace. He won't be upset with that. Actually, let me rephrase that. Of course he'll be upset. If golf pros these days don't hole every putt, they're going to be upset.
So McDowell in that right-hand bunker. We saw Stenson having to lay up from a similar position just about 10 minutes ago. Looks like the same for McDowell, Warren.
Yeah, maybe even worse, really, because he's got that little lip just ahead of him. Knows he can't take too many risks. Could actually just use the downslope ahead of him to trundle it all the way down the bottom of the hill. You want to get a flat lie at least.
Well, 5 to 4 to miss the green. I don't think he's even going for it, so
no chance of going for it.
If you're able to get on that, lump on.
Well, that's a mistake. I didn't expect that. To actually hit it in the rough from there. Normally his course management is very good. You don't get to win a US Open Championship unless you know how to work your way around the course. Surprising.
Noren, the only one of the 4 players we've seen today to find the fairway. Ball slightly below his feet, but fancy him to find the putting surface here at 9 to 4 on.
Oh, this fella's a cruncher. Let that get away. Ball a long way below his stance. He does like to manoeuvre that ball, but that's an absolute shocker.
That is miles right.
Yeah.
And he might even be blocked out. It looked to come down not too far away from that tree that you can see the people gathering around. He might struggle to even go on the line he wants to get it close to the flag.
Really tough par for the third. Bunkers left and right. He'll be aiming at the left bunker, just over 300. Cut it back to the fairway. He overdid the cut yesterday and found the right rough, but smoother looking swing today. Oh, that's a honey bunny. That's perfect.
Very nice start to this third round for Lee Westwood. Good solid par at the first. 14 feet for birdie at the second. Didn't quite hole it, but he's found a fairway there on the difficult third as well. So any tension that he might have been feeling pre-round, and it's understandable if he did. Such a big event, so much on the line this week. It seems to be dissipating. Henrik Stenson, though, 1 over par for the first couple. It is that trusty 3-wood off the tee.
Previous rounds on this hole in the third round for Stenson, all pars and 1 double bogey. Another bunker. He's making life tough.
Yeah, you can't really play this course from the fairway bunkers. That makes it very, very difficult for you.
Yes. Have you got the races on Tuesday night? I'm just going to.
See, Westwood looking pretty relaxed and Sheffield. Henrik is being drawn into the conversation, but I think he almost wants to be left on his own with his own thoughts.
After the errant second shot from the fairway bunker, you can see McDowell how much further below the level of the green he is as he continues to walk down that slope. And unfortunately towards the rough, 13 to 2 on bogey or worse, the understandable favourite from here. Well, we know he's got a very good short game, Warren. Can he get up and down from here, 9 to 2?
Well, of course he can get up and down, but so much depends on that lie. Will he get up and down? Whew, that looks juicy and chunky, and when you're trying to play...
Front, something like that. What is it?
59 and 19, 28.
So it looks like he's got 79 all up, 59 to the front of the green.
And it's plays
7, 8, 80.
6,
So call it 6, 7 uphill, 87. Our pitch spot 80. It's probably most of it pretty good full.
Yep.
There's a smidgy right of it.
Well, pins 5 left, so we're reasonably aggressive flying wise.
So he's taking 5 or 6 yards off that, well, pretty much 80-yard shot, because that's how it's playing. However, he might be able to take off another 10, because it's going to come out here and really release once it hits the green. He's going to get no control. He's got a chop on this. This is 50-50. He can get it within 15 feet.
Huge divot of that dense turf coming up, and pretty good result from where he was. But now really a relatively outside chance at saving his par.
Gosh, he's fit, isn't he? Run up that hill.
Might regret that later in the day.
Now Noren can see the ball, not too sure of the lie. Got a lot of rough to come over, pitching onto a downslope. Considering he's hit the fairway and now he's not on the green in 3, only had about a 7-iron to the hole. It's a bit of a nightmare opening hole for Noren.
Just one birdie on the third today, 15 bogeys or worse, nearly as many of them as there are pars at 21, illustrates just how difficult this is playing. But Lee Westwood now can think about maybe doubling that birdie tally from his drive. For Henrik Stenson, on the other hand, well, can he even get to the green from here?
I would say not. 198 uphill. It's even hit heavy, so he's not got the yardage he wanted anyway.
Those birdie odds were 22 to 1. In all honesty, any time someone's in a fairway bunker around here, unless they do something pretty special, you can almost discount any chance of making birdie. It's a case of, are they going to scramble for the par or make the bogey?
Pin tucked hard left here on the top plateau, so it's a small area. Anything drifting a little right will go down to the lower level. Not a good flag for Westwood, who likes to cut the ball, so let's see what his control is like today. 181.
Yeah, I was just thinking, pin on the right and birdie or better at 6 to 1, I don't mind, but that pin there, I'd be leaving that one alone in all honesty.
That's just drifting down to that lower level. It's going to make the putt that little bit harder. Stop. Turned a really good shot, that slope, into an average one. 2 feet, 3 feet further left, it would have been brilliant.
So McDowell for his par on the opening hole. It's 22 feet.
And slick.
7 to 1 that this goes in.
Well, I think you could get used to seeing this. I mean, these opening holes, it is so hard for the players. It's not an easy start. No gentle holes here for the players. You've got to come with your A game straight away.
And again, like Lee Westwood, Graham McDowell scoring better on the back nine compared to the front nine this week. We saw Alex Noren just putting his ball down there. Looked like he had about 6 feet. A touch less, 4 or 5.
And this for bogey.
We adding for that.
I think it's at least 15 shots.
15, I think it's lovely. Okay, and straight, yep.
Now, I was watching Stenson hit quite a few wedges on the practice range before going out. Had 1 or 2 that almost cut shots. They were drifting a little bit left to right, which is against his normal play. Doesn't want to do that here.
Well, with that in mind, 7-2 on for the bogey. Has got to be the favourite.
Aiming a little right, so he's setting up to almost draw this one in. Yeah, he's not quite with the A game yet.
Second hole, big false front, Warren.
Yeah, and look how the tree dominates the hole. Those overhanging branches almost in a direct line to the flag. They can't move this flag any further right, or you'll be playing a dogleg par 3. So a little bit of room away to the left. You try to cut the ball in here. Aim at the middle of the green, drifted a little bit left to right, but it's not a long hole to do that. 155.
That's going to go through it, so it's no more than that, but that's the club, yeah.
There's that little slope just short left of the flagstick as well that you can use to help you get it closer. So nearest the pin, Alex Noren 5-4. Graham McDowell the 21-20 favourite. Noren's hit a very loose second shot on the first, but looking at the season statistics, Noren would be the favourite. What do you think?
I'm going with McDowell after the first hole.
I'm going to go with Noren.
Noren's got the shape for this. Certainly likes to cut the ball.
Down. Down.
He's dragged it. Ooh, didn't even hit the green.
And it was 5-1 that both players would miss the green. Very much in play right now.
A lot of the right.
Well, in all honesty, at this length, can't imagine there will be too many 2 balls where both players miss the green on this second hole today. Shortest hole on the course.
If you prefer. Yeah, that's fine.
So he's teed the ball up over on the right side. That tells you exactly what is in his mind. He's going to cut this. There's no way from where he's teed it up. I think he could almost go directly at the flag because of the overhanging branches of the tree. So aim this in the middle of the green. Cover the ball, cut it. But don't get ahead of it, Alex, like you did on number 1.
Go, go.
He does get it onto the surface, so that is nearest the pin for Alex Noren. Wow, this is no fun for par for Stenson. 25-1 to hold it, but there's that big old tier in between that it came up. Gave it a really good run.
Wow. Trouble is, he's going to be 2 over after 3, and that makes breaking 70 so difficult. Now I've got to find 5 birdies to shoot 69. Got to work hard to do that.
How much could fatigue be an issue for Henrik Stenson over the weekend? He has played 4 events on a row. This is his 4th on the trot on the European Tour. Very unusual for him to play that many events without a rest.
He's a very fit lad. Fitness is not the problem. Game is the problem. Timing is the problem. Feeling good about the game. Putting.
Mental fatigue as well. He was in contention in a couple of those events as well. That takes it out of you. It takes its toll.
If you're playing well, surprisingly, you want actually more and more golf. It's when you're struggling and you're in contention, that's when it drains you.
Well, Stenson made his approach putt look relatively straightforward.
Both on the right line. That one undercooked. Stenson's, you could say, was a fraction hard, but my goodness, what a good putt it was. Both done well to have these little tap-ins. Green's absolutely perfect. Course in great shape.
Yes, the tournament moved from May to September in 2019, played a little later in October last year due to the pandemic and the reshuffling of events in the schedule. But no doubt that Wentworth easier to prepare and get into tip-top condition in the late summer, early autumn of September than it is very early in the year in May, and well, it has looked absolutely splendid all week.
Well, he's spent a lot of time on the chipping green. Well, he's looking at this, he's lining this one up as a putt, so I think he fancies this. Not a lot of break from left to right. Every chance of chipping it in.
And 2 to 1 on to make the par from here, so well, it was a 35 to 1 shot that he hold it, and he was interested for a little while there.
Yeah, he's got a great touch, good imagination, lovely hands. Give him half a lie with a shot like that. He really is looking to make it.
Yeah, this is a pairing that features two guys that really shine in the short game. Of course, Graham McDowell has never been the longest hitter, but his short game has made him a major champion. There's a look at the putts that have been made and missed. And Alex Noren 9 to 2, that his little white dot will turn green after this 26.5-foot effort.
10 rounds previous in the third round, only made 1-2, 1 bogey, the rest pars. And he keeps his average going of making 3 here.
And he did miss that putt for bogey on the first, so it was a double bogey start for Alex Noren.
Yeah, thanks.
Now the fun starts. This is where we like to see things. 4th hole, par 5, over the hill, very much an eagle opportunity. They can comfortably get home in 2. Got to find the fairway. Pin been moved to the back tee now, so drivers required as they play a blind shot over the hill. Hole moves right to left. Not an easy shot for Westwood. Again, he likes to cut the ball. Need to hit a draw. He's got the bullet going today, hasn't he?
Pretty straight, in all honesty. Maybe a hair of movement left to right, but just slightly runs out. Oh, a little bump back into the first cut rather than the second, and that could be significant for his hopes of knocking it on in 2. So seems to have the driver working well, Westwood. A little unlucky to miss fairways on the first and here on the 4th. They were good shots, just the camber of the fairway acting against him on both occasions. And again, 3-wood for Stenson. And this is the story of things. Obviously, he's been a magnificent 3-wood player throughout his career, but doesn't like reaching for driver too much these days. Much easier to shape from right to left, though, this club.
Easier for it to pitch on the downslope and shoot as well. Get the run off the slope and gain an extra 60 or 70 yards. If you fly it onto the flat with a driver, may not have gone as far as this, so that's an excellent play.
That's what you want to do off of that 4th tee. So the leaders yet to get underway, but a man who is marching up the leaderboard, George Kurtzia. He has birdied the first 5 holes on the back 9. He made the turn in a level par 35. He's now 5 under for his round and up to 7 under for the tournament.
Tee shot from McDowell, A1, centre of the fairway. For Noren, that third hole might be one of his favourites. 5 times in the third round, Noren has birdied the third hole. Has had 3 bogeys as well, but he needs a birdie today.
Who's your favourite for the tournament right now?
I'm not changing from what I said at the start of the week. I really do like the way Adam Scott is playing. The home favourite would be for Justin Rose to win.
Yeah, the Englishman, now a resident of Wentworth, as you see George Coetzee there now. Confirmation 5 under par for the day, coming with 5 birdies on the bounce to kick off the back 9. Yeah, Justin Rose would be a popular winner, and it would certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the Ryder Cup race. It may or may not be enough for him to squeeze into the automatic spots, Rose. You would think it will be, but it does somewhat depend on what other players like Lowry and Westwood do over the weekend as well. But if he does win and needs a pick...
How much do you think Poulter missing the cut might alter the thoughts of Harrington? You know, talking about form coming into the Ryder Cup, missing a cut in a big event. Is that what he wants his players to do?
Well, we discussed this earlier in the week as part of our European Tour Betcast coverage. We had Ian Poulter. He looked reasonably good, but as you say, just missed the cut. And we did say, can you play your way out of a pick? It was almost accepted that Sergio Garcia and Ian Poulter were getting 2 of those wildcard selections from Padraig Harrington. Garcia not playing this week, having made it to the PGA Tour Championship, so he can't do his chances any harm really this week. He's in, you would think. But Poulter, yeah, missing the cut.
Yeah, and you could have Poulter as an extra vice-captain, take him there for his, you know, humour and drive and enthusiasm inside the team room, and pick somebody else, or pick him as a player. It's just how Harrington sees it.
I think Poulter's still got to be a favourite for a wildcard pick. Where it gets really interesting, if Bernd Wiesberger gets himself in on the European list, that would bump out potentially Shane Lowry or Lee Westwood. And if it is Shane Lowry, Padraig Harrington is going to desperately want to get him on his team. You feel Lowry's played well enough to deserve a spot on the team. He is a former Open champion as well, a major winner. So if Lowry needs a pick, Garcia we all think is getting one. Poulter, it looked like, had one lined up. He's missed the cut. What if Justin Rose finishes 2nd or 3rd and needs a pick as well? Well, what do you do in that case? 4 into 3 do not go.
How many permutations do you want to add to this?
I could add a lot more.
Exactly. So, yeah, Harrington's got a headache.
And that's part of what this man, Lee Westwood, was alluding to when he mentioned in his interview yesterday. Was it really a good thing that it's so heavily weighted with double points this week? It's a headache that's been created for Harrington by this process, but Westwood just holding on to that first cut of rough, and, well, 3-1 on for birdie or better.
Be interesting to see how Westwood goes about his job when he becomes Ryder Cup captain, as I'm sure he will be. This is going to be a hard 6-iron, I would have thought. This rough, it's going to scamper from that front edge coming out of this sort of lie. Looks to be good enough, 207.
I saw he's 82nd in the race to Dubai. He won the whole shebang last year in 2020, and he's obviously got work to do to make the top 60 to qualify for the DP World Tour Championship coming up in mid-November to finish off the season.
He may have been playing for a bit of a fly there. It's come out soft, so that's awkward because the flag being on the front, not much green to work with. Not be renowned as the best chipper or pitcher. This is a really great place for Stenson to be. He can aim this at the BMW sign, just a little bit right of the flag. Everything slopes down a bit right to left. 193 to go.
Still one of the best iron players in world golf. 6-1 on to make the birdie or better. Well, it feels very short, doesn't it? 6-1 on, but from here, you think he would do.
Looking it up and down. Oh, get in there, my son. There we go.
Better, thank you.
Pardon?
A better, the birdie or better was 6-1. I think we're about to see the better.
And that's going to put him straight back to even par. So suddenly things miraculously changing around in his day's golf.
Well, it was an absolute stunner, wasn't it? We gave him the big build-up for his iron play, and this is a laser. Well worth another look.
See by the way he's looking, his eyes looking at the ball, then at the flag. He knew that was right on target for the same money. That could have gone in a little bit further right at that pace. Would have touched the flag and dropped in for the albatross. Not a double eagle, as we say over here. It is an albatross, before you get all a bit ratty with me.
It's just the mathematical inaccuracy of the term double eagle that winds me up, Warren, if I'm honest.
I know.
But yeah, an absolutely stunning shot, and it is always that telltale sign when you see the eyes flicker up and down. That's between the flagstick and the ball, shows it's right on line. And if it's the right club, as it absolutely was there for Henrik Stenson, it's going to end up pretty close.
And that's what he can do in a Ryder Cup. I mean, you know, par 5 in a 4-ball situation. Again, Harrington may be looking at who do you pair with people, who's coming into form, who's wanted to be in the side. Stenson's shown that if he can have a good weekend, if that shot could turn things around and he then perform and have a really good weekend, maybe a top 5 or a top 3, really scoot up the leaderboard, who knows?
Yeah, we're thinking about it, those picks, in terms of, well, who's played the best, who do we think would be the best team player in a sort of individual way, that individual player. But of course so much is what pairings does Podrick Harrington see based on who's already automatically qualified, who's he got paired up, who does he think I might need someone to go with that given player.
Well, they talk about pods now, don't they? It's probably groups of 4, because foursomes and 4-ball, they put groups together and then have almost a mini leader with them, a vice captain with those to watch their play and coax them along.
Just over 60 feet, a lot of fairway grass to go over, but Lee Westwood does have the putter out.
Yeah, well, off these tight lies, you've got to get them absolutely perfect. With a putter in his hand, all he needs to worry about is borrow. So this is going to be right to left. When it gets to the green quick, the fringe grass here is about 10 on the stimp. The greens themselves are about 12.5, so there's not much difference.
And there is a lot of swing on this, and with the change in pace, it's 5-2 on to make the birdie or better. 19-10 for par. That's 3 shots from here.
I'm saying birdie.
Well, I'm going to go with the par.
Have faith. Come on, swing now. It's got to go right to left down the slope.
Well, I've got a feeling the 19-10 I just got for par before he hit that will be a lot shorter odds now.
Well, a lot of swing here for Alex Noren as he comes across the green on 3 and up the slope. Now to the top of the hill, turn to his left. Not good for pace.
It's just one of those though, isn't it? He missed something of a similar distance, maybe a touch longer for his bogey on the first, and as so often happens, when you've missed a shot or had a bad one, golf serves it up for you again in quick succession.
Interesting situation here, really. Westwood for his birdie to go 1 under. If he misses it, he's level par for the round, and he's played beautifully. Almost not hit a poor shot, apart from maybe that putt, which you could say was not his best. If Stenson holds for an eagle, they're even par.
Remarkable.
Same score.
And you can see the bookies have swung in favour of the par now. It's odds on for the par if this doesn't go in. 15-8 on, and
he's going to make it. Just outside right. Dead pace. Yes, he was never going to miss that. He's always got a 2-putt. Come on, Kit.
I must bow to your greater predicting skills on that occasion, Warren. The bookie's got my money, and Warren's got my pride.
Right. I'm just really thrilled to see Stenson here come back, bounce back. Disappointing first 3 holes. All of that's going to dissolve into nothing when he taps this in for his eagle. Get back to even par for today, 4 under for the tournament.
And that's exactly what he does. A magnificent eagle for Henrik Stenson on the 4th. Look at that, a bogey, par, bogey, eagle start. Level par through 4, right where he started the day again. And 3 under par cumulatively for that hole, Stenson and Westwood. Oh, McDowell, we've seen all 4 players not on the correct level for their first putt. It's cozied up quite nicely by the Northern Irishman. Just having a little look at the leaderboard right now, the scores on our screens. Victor Perez was 5 over par, I think, early on in this tournament. Fought back wonderfully yesterday to make the cut. And he's just finished with a birdie for a 69, 5 under par total. You would think that's going to be too far back to get the win that he probably needs to get himself into the Ryder Cup, but great grit and determination from the Frenchman after a very slow start.
Yeah, absolutely. It still needs something electrifying, wouldn't he, on tomorrow?
Well, look at the 5th hole, the second of the par 3s. 4 birdies here today. That pin in the back right portion of the green, average proximity just under 42 feet. Well, a couple of long putts hold for birdie from just shy of pin high and right. And as you can see from the slopes there, anything 3 or 4 yards right of that flagstick, and there is a little slope there that the ball will catch and filter it further and further away.
Okay. 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's not an easy flag to get at today. Wind getting quite blustery out there.
Here's an interesting little market. Distance from the pin, 10.5 feet is the magic number, inside or outside. Now, it's a difficult pin to get close to, so 16 to 1 on, but he's outside. But bearing in mind the iron shot Henrik Stenson has just hit into that 4th. Any interest in under 10 feet at 10 to 1, Warren?
Nope.
Do you want to think about that for a moment?
No. Stenson, you know, he has never made a birdie on this hole in all the times that he's played it in a 3rd round. He's made 4 bogeys, never made a 2. Got a feeling it's not going to start now. It's an awkward pin to get at. Not saying he can't do it. Long way from the dance floor. Well, not the dance floor, the band. He's on the dance floor.
He had the line, just a club shy. Can see a bit of gentle movement in those trees. It looks like there's a touch more wind than we've had for most of the week. Well, I've got to be going over 10.5 feet here for Lee Westwood as well.
Yeah, it's a left flag. Again, not easy for a man that likes to fade it. Has, again, 14 times played it in the 3rd round, just 1-2, couple of bogeys. So they know 3 here is going to do them no harm. Make 3 here, walk on to the next couple of holes where you do have birdie chances. Don't want to be making bogeys on 5.
On its way. We mentioned Westwood's shot shape in relation to the pin position earlier on as well, if you are going to bet on these kind of markets, that comes down a good shot, but certainly not inside the 10.5 feet. It's worth knowing which way a player likes to shape the ball. If they move it left to right through the air, right-hand pins are going to be far better for them.
There's nothing good
vice
to show
versa.
on TV, is it?
Football hasn't started yet.
Running caddies.
Rick Stenson having a little bit of fun with the cameraman and his caddy Gareth Lord there, and a right to left shot shaper is always going to favour a pin on the left of the green. And there are the tee shots from McDowell and Noren in good position there, Warren. We saw an eagle and a birdie from the previous group.
Well, better still, because they're both on the fairway. It makes a massive difference, especially to a front flag. Very narrow entrance in between the two bunkers up by the green. It's slightly uphill from where they're going to be playing. They can reach comfortably. He carries two hybrids in the bag, McDowell. He's got a 2-iron hybrid and a 3-iron.
Right, front trap's fine also.
I think, yeah, I mean, both traps are very...
very comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of what I was getting at, man.
For sure.
I would think this would be no more than the 3-iron hybrid. I'd be surprised if it's
left now,
a 2.
Yeah.
Very useful club to have coming out of this first cut of rough. Easier to get the club head on the ball and get the flight that you want, especially coming uphill with one of these clubs. Always encourage amateur golfers to use these rather than long irons.
It was an eagle in the second round for McDowell, apart from a very similar position already this week. Different flag stick though.
Hit something. Came out like
Absolutely right out the screws, that one. If you can have screws on a hybrid club. Right out the middle of the back, came out like a rocket. This guy's so strong. He squeezes the ball so much.
In off the right.
Yes.
Dave McNeely is caddy. It's quite difficult clubbing him at times because he just leans a little bit and he can get so much extra yardage out of it. I bet this is not much more than a 6-iron.
Yeah, he really compresses it. Just sets the hands forward a touch before the start of the takeaway.
Cutting that one in. That's a beauty. May have hit the 5. He didn't go at that too hard. Beautifully controlled. Looks to be more like a 5-iron than 6, but he won't mind. He's got an eagle chance.
So like Henrik Stenson, who was 2 over par when he got to that hole, Swede, well, the elder Swede made the eagle. Can his compatriot follow suit to get back to level par? 58 feet for Stenson. It's a long old putt. One of those where 3-putt becomes more likely than 1-putt, statistically speaking, Warren.
Yeah, you never like to think that as a player, though. You're always thinking if you can get it dead weight. He's coming halfway to the hole. It goes severely downhill. Goes downhill now as it catches the slope. Turns to the right. Very competent putt.
Barely got that on its way, did he? For a 58-foot putt, he probably hit it the pace of hitting a 10 or 15-foot putt maybe, and as you say, it caught those slopes.
Well, that's why it's an awkward flag, almost where the players want to pitch it. It's right on a downslope and a little bowl over on that left side. So they've almost got to hit it on the top plateau and just get it to hop over the slope if they want to get it close. Take a very bold man to throw that ball all the way and get it to sit down like a dog at a fireside.
A couple of recent Rolex Series victories for Lee Westwood, 2018 Nedback Championship in South Africa and the 2020 Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. 9-1 to hold this.
Well, he certainly doesn't have to worry about pace. This is all about line. How much left does he set it when it gets to the crest of the hill? Need a little bit of pace as it goes over the ridge, but not much.
He one putts 38.44% of the time this year. Putts you can give yourself here at Wentworth. The green's certainly not massive. Looks like he's actually going to chip it. Got a little bit of loft in hand. He's just about a foot or so into that slightly longer first cut. So up and down from here for the birdie or better. Oh, even the chip in. That's 7-4 on. And 7-5 for the par. You can't imagine him taking bogey or worse at 35-1. Your prediction for Lee Westwood on this hole was absolutely spot on, Warren. Does McDowell get up and down for his birdie?
I think he might, because he spent so much time on the chipping green before coming out. He's very versatile.
Yeah, changed the club last minute as well, I think, and got the correct one by the looks of it. Alex Noren eyeing up his eagle putt. Swede was 13th on the PGA Tour this season in strokes gained putting, picking up 0.538 shots per round on the field average. He's a strong putter anyway, and statistically the third round is his strongest for putting. Takes fewer putts in the third round than any of the others, so good omens. But what about Henrik Stenson for his par?
I did not expect that. A little bit of tension, a little bit of movement in the body there as he was taking the putter away.
Just got to hold those kind of putts around here in the BMW PGA Championship if you're going to have any hopes of getting yourself towards the top end of the leaderboard. It's inevitable. You'll have to grind out some tough pars.
No eagle for Noren, but it will be a birdie on 4. So moving back in the right direction. One par 5 on the front 9, 3 par 5s on the back 9 here, 2 coming in the last 2 holes, so you always have that as a backstop.
The 6th tee way back now. They've moved it back many times over the years. 7 birdies, the Red Bulls show where that's from. And that's the pin position today.
It's not dissimilar to yesterday, that pin. It's just further up the green, but same amount almost from the left side. So slightly easier to get at than on day 2. This is, well, this hole is all about the tee shot. Made more difficult, as you were saying, because it's longer, but brings the bunkers into play. Certainly the one down the right-hand side. They'll be aiming at that one because the whole ground slopes right to left.
5 out of 5 greens in regulation today for Lee Westwood tells you his long game is in pretty good shape. 3-wood here off the 6th tee. found that fairway bunker there. He picked the tee up pretty quickly. He liked it. Very surprising. Par and a birdie for Henrik Stenson on this hole over the first couple of days. Two to one on for the par. 9-2 bogey or worse.
It's just not got the timing. Well ahead of that with the body. Just as well, because it didn't come out the meat of the club, so staying short of the right-hand bunker would have felt terrible on the club face, that.
McDowell for his birdie on the fourth.
He's so tidy around the greens, isn't he? He's so uptone as a character as well.
Leaders still yet to get out onto the golf course.
And you didn't tell me who your bet was to win the
I
tour.
didn't.
You sat on the fence, didn't you? You asked me, and then you didn't say who you fancied.
I think Billy Horschel's an interesting one. The slow start, we had him in our Betcast coverage on the first day, Thursday. Very slow on the front nine, picked up 4 birdies in his final 6 holes. Had a really good round yesterday as well. He's just lurking there. Finished 4th here a couple of years ago.
So you just said that was interesting. You didn't say it was your pick. Are you saying?
I'm so glad you picked up on my semantics there.
You don't think I was going to let you go on that, did you?
I thought I might have got away with it for a moment there. Do you know what? I'm going to chuck in a bit of a different name. I think Masahiro Kawamura is trending very nicely. I had a little dabble on him at the start of the week each way.
So you're saying that's your pick?
I'm going to go with Kawamura.
All right, okay.
Let's put it out there. Nearest the pin. Alex Noren won the first one. Who are you going for before this ball lands, Warren?
McDowell.
I'm going to stick with Noren.
Stay left somehow.
Suits his shape. This hole unlucky to run through, so it's not going to count. What a shot, though.
It was a very good shot. Every chance he could be nearer the pin, but lose in that market, of course, all important. You have to hit the green for it to count.
Again, a left to right player, hard shot, because to land it left of this flag, get it close is so tough. The bailout tends to be right. Always that. Well, you would never have known that from the body language, would you?
I was about to say, I thought looking at his reaction, he was just going to come down probably somewhere on the putting surface, bailing outright and 40, 50 feet from the flag, but wow, a very good chance for birdie. So Westwood has found that left-hand bunker, 163 yards left.
I don't think he can reach with the 9-iron, so it's got to be an 8. And that lip is very tall, so I doubt whether he's going to be able to get this on the green. If he tries to force it up there, that lip is waiting. So if you get a bit greedy here, he tries to hit the hard 9 to force it up the green, uphill to the flag. Suddenly becomes a very high tariff shot.
Last round of 65, 21 years ago, here at the BMW PGA Championship. To hit the green, wow, 9-5. I've got to fancy that. We've been getting some generous odds in this market from fairway bunkers for missing greens.
Through the hands underneath the club there. Tell you what, that's a good shot. From that lie, hard to ask for much more than that.
He's always going to struggle to get it there. Does play uphill. The severity of that lip, as is often the case around here. And well, I mentioned Billy Horschel as an interesting name, even if not one I was predicting to win. As we just see, Henrik Stenson is 2-1 on to hit the green. Importantly, his ball stopped just short of that bunker. But Billy Horschel yesterday alluded to the fact that perhaps some PGA Tour course setups don't punish errant shots quite as much as a European Tour setup, and certainly this course here at Wentworth. He relishes the tougher examination, I think, Horschel.
Well, I hope that's come back into the middle of the bunker. Got a really vicious kick. If it's on the downslope there, trying to get that one up and down in two would be very difficult. Again, shows he's just not quite on song, not got his timing. Now, it'd be interesting if we see any odds for McDowell, because I'm saying this has got a great chance for a 2 here. If he's got any lie, oh, I don't like the way he's looking at it. If he's got any lie at all, oh, he has got a lie. Do you know, this might have 2 written all over this. Just a little nudge. He's going to play it like a putter, but use the loft of the wedge. So this is just going to get over the fringe grass, run at the hole like a putt.
Asking ye shall receive, 14-1, Warren.
Yeah. Well, not bad. But interesting, he had the grip there was the same as the putter grip. Used the same action as he would putting, but had the loft of the club. I don't often see players adopt that kind of method, and it shows you how he thinks around the edge of the green. But again, another man brought up in a links course, inventive. Nice touch.
Yeah, and in his younger days, very much used to getting the ball running from around the greens rather than flop shots and balls checking on second or third bounces. Well, that might be what Lee Westwood needs here.
Tough shot for him. Very tight lie, beautifully clipped, but got too much spin. Wow. I'd like to have seen that ball from another angle when it got to the green, because that just died.
I think that was probably the grab on second bouncer, hop forward and then just stop dead in its tracks. Birdie putt for Noren on 5, left below right grip.
He's got a lovely personality, Alex Noren. Really liked by his peers, very friendly, very self-effacing, determined character though on the course.
This is 2-1 to go in, and if any man's likely to hole it, it's this man, but that one just slides by on the low side. Incredibly hard worker as well. There aren't many that spend more time on the range than Alex Noren.
And that's why, in many respects, he's had injuries, hasn't he? Wrist injury, thumping balls into the ground. Luckily, he's fit at the moment.
I remember a few years ago seeing pictures on social media of his hands and the calluses.
It's frightening how hard they work. Well, and in the gym, he used to have competitions with another Swede, I can't remember his name now, won 3 events in his first year, come to me later. But they would put things together on YouTube and stuff, and you just go, how can you go at it like that? They actually had to, his work coach actually had to tell him, you've got to stop that, Alex, you're going at it too hard.
So Henrik Stenson, it has come into the flatter portion of the bunker, which vastly increases his chances of getting it up and down. He is short-sided though, 2-1 on to save his par.
Again, that ball should have released on. It stopped very quickly.
Yeah, we are seeing balls stop quickly and very receptive to longer approach shots as well. So perhaps foxing the players a bit how soft the greens are today.
Well, that one in particular, I think the others have been okay, but that one's reacted quite differently to any other.
Less confusing if they were just
Kind of had more rain than some of the other greens, could it? just rain on that one.
I mean, there have been some localised showers through this week. I don't know if they've been quite that localised. Lee Westwood with work to save his par. Great camera angle. It went right to left very early in its journey, that one. So Lee Westwood gives back the birdie that he picked up on the 4th.
Don't see too many players take a driver on the 6th. Shows you McDowell not up with the big boys these days in terms of length.
Averaging 286 yards off the tee this year. And in all honesty, that's pretty comparable to a lot of players' 3-woods these days.
Yeah. That's what I think is struggled over recent years. It's so much more a power game these days. Carrying it through the air with a great deal of height. Not the tallest man out there.
Alex Noren, 7-4 on to make the par. 9-2, bogey or worse. 10-1 that he finds one of those bunkers. A bit of a lean. Well, that'll be left of them if it's shouting 4. It is. It was 11-8 to find the rough. That's exactly what he did.
Stenson for his par here on 6, uphill. Not a great deal of break in it. Missed a short putt on the last. Just to give him some confidence again. Important. Well done. That's excellent work. Too many bogeys, though, early on in the round for him.
Well, that's been the story of the week so far for him as well. Oh, Rafa Cabrera Bello, one of the early starters today, forcing his way onto the first page of the leaderboard here at the BMW PGA Championship. 4 under par for his first 7. Started with a bogey as well. He's just made 4 birdies on the bounce. Now just 4 back of the lead. Seventh tee, and no surprise to see the 3-wood again for Stenson.
Doesn't need to go at this one too hard because you're playing downhill into a valley, 230, 240 yards. You hit the slope. This may just be the 5-wood. On the fairway, but okay. Green on the top plateau, back right. Got to be left half of the fairway to get a good line into the pin today in this 3rd round.
Well, they started the day at 200-1 to win. Both have drifted. Westwood double that 400. Henrik Stenson 1,000-1. So if you're feeling brave, can Henrik Stenson come back and win? Probably not.
I think the bookies may have it right there, but you just never know in this game. You never know when you're going to... One shot can turn the game around. One shot can give you the confidence where you go, that's what I need to do. And then suddenly you can be on fire.
Lee Westwood at 400-1. Okay, it's a tall order for him to win, but he seems to be swinging the club nicely, putting pretty solidly. A little each-way dabble at this stage. That could be tempting.
Yeah, I just think with Westwood, it's the wrong course for him. It's always been a tough course because he's a left to right player. Not to say that left to right players have not won round here, but you know, the more you go on, the fact that he's had so many chances. His 29th appearance and not one round here probably tells you it doesn't suit his eye.
Yeah, a couple of runners-up appearances for Westwood in 2000 and 2011 at Wentworth. Noren is down the left. 7-4, still the favourite for par. Are you surprised at that from this position?
No, I think, well, par is certainly on. He can see the right-hand edge of the green. He's got a good lie from here. 13-5, the birdie.
Sounds like you.
Well, I wouldn't rule the birdie out. If you get it on the green, you've got a chance. Wouldn't think that he's going to make bogey. It is a bit awkward for him. Trying to manoeuvre the ball a little bit right to left, but man of his...
lower, right? And just put enough on it.
You do that right?
Yeah.
Draw this okay.
Yeah, he's known as a left-to-right ball flighter, but he has got the right to left. He's a pretty creative player. He can move it both ways when he needs to.
Well, if he, from this position, you see, if you pitch this front third right of the green, it's going to skip towards the hole down the slope. So it is on. Oh, he might have played it too.
I saw him practicing exactly this shot on the range after his round yesterday, and while it only needed...
He didn't carry it.
Needed a little bit more, didn't it? It didn't need that much more.
Another 10 yards.
The flag's not moving, though, so it's probably not as much hurt as it appears right here. But I do think it's a 45.
Drive it a little bit.
Yeah. Keep still, please.
Well, it should be a shot that suits the way Graham McDowell likes to see things, slightly right to left, and 18-5 for birdie or better.
It's very much birdie territory for this man.
He had one from a similar position in round 2.
Well, if he's ever going to compete on this course, these are the holes he's got to be making birdies. Not quite good enough, that one. Needed to be half that distance away.
I would have this up at 45-ish.
Oh, it's Lord back on the bag, but
I mean, you've got
Stenson this week
because it's there. I mean, that's going with you, so it's not going to stop us, is it? Okay, hit that. 1 o'clock, yeah.
So the grass growing with him, 149 uphill. Be a big wedge because 9-iron can't take it from here, get a flyer. It's whether he can control the length. Anything coming up short will take the slope, come back down to him.
Plenty of club, and no real surprise to see it come down left of that flagstick. Might have wanted it a touch tighter, but a chance. Position A for Westwood.
Yeah, well, this is just green light, 132, not much more than a gap wedge. Straight at the flag, make sure you hit it past the pin, or certainly up to the pin. You will get a bit of spin.
It's one of those right-hand flags that will suit Lee Westwood's eye.
Spot on. Top shot. It's a man that's got his rhythm and timing together today. Looks to be in good fettle. Mind you, he's had, in third rounds, he's had 8 sub-70 scores in the 19 times he's played on a third day. 16 sub-70s over the weekend on this course. Unlike Stenson, who's only had 3 sub-70s at the weekend and only 1 68 in the third round. So you'd say out of these two, Westwood has got the pick on him.
Stenson hasn't played here a lot over the years, certainly recently, which tells you it's probably not a course he really fancies. A little bit of work to do left there for Alex Noren. Well, that first shot, because it was off the edge of the green, won't technically go down as a putt. But when it does come to three-putt avoidance, he's the second best player on the PGA Tour. A great lag putter. So that one, not one of his best. But still pretty close to make the par. McDowell, on the other hand, with this for birdie.
Now, being pedantic person that I know that surprises you. But if you're a really good lag putter, does that mean you're not very good at holing them?
Well, his putting stats in general are very, very good, so I'd imagine he does hole his fair share, and I guess if you hole a long one, that counts as 0 left, so really improves your chances.
Okay, well, pretty good chance here for McDowell down the slope. A little bit from his right. More than he allowed, wow.
I can tell you that Alex Noren is also third in putting from 15 to 20 feet. And right the way through the categories, in all honesty, he's right at the top end. Westwood, after that super shot in 5.5 feet, just a shade under. See those green putts that have been made. If Henrik Stenson were to roll this one in, it would be the longest made putt on this green so far today.
Yeah, and it comes from left to right. Most of the green slope back to front. So outside the left. He was up and out of that very quickly, wasn't he? That was an edgy one. It was as if he lost his concentration a bit.
Just never hit it. Alex Noren tidying up, hopefully, for his par. And in it goes.
Westwood, beautiful shot. Now has a slight downhill putt here. Don't think it's going to move a great deal. There's that new putting grip for him that's transformed his game, because he now gets a much better release with the putter. He doesn't hold it off.
Wasn't expecting that, and neither were the bookies. It was 3-1 odds on. Just looked like he beat it for pace.
I think he just didn't. I think he just allowed too much break. I think that's another misread. I think he thought it was going to come more from the right. And then at that pace didn't turn.
Deserved to have putted that in.
This is big for Stenson, isn't it? He's already got 3 bogeys on the card. Wouldn't have been considering for a second having a putt of this length when he came up to the green and saw what he had for birdie. Admittedly, a relatively lengthy birdie chance, but I mean, this is a good 4.5, 5 feet left. Unfortunately, it's not even touched the edge of the hole.
Second 3-putt in 3 holes. That's a real body blow after the eagle. The eagle, I thought, was going to put him on fire a bit. If anything, it's dampened things down for him.
Yeah, really tricky start then for Henrik Stenson, going in the wrong direction. This is the leaderboard as it stands, with the leaders yet to go out. That final tee time for Kiradech Aphibarnrat and Laurie Cantor will be at 1:20 p.m. today. The Thai player, he's dropped to 516 in the world, incredibly, Aphibarnrat. Four-time European Tour winner. Spent most of the last 2 or 3 years playing over on the other side of the pond on the PGA Tour, though. Didn't have a good year, but retained his playing rights on that circuit with 3 decent finishes at the Corn Ferry Tour finals. Francesco Laporta up there as well, 4th place last week in his home DS Automobiles Italian Open.
Well, Westwood once again taking on the ridge that crosses the fairway here on the 8th. 280 to get past it on the right-hand side. It's a big old hit, especially in this heavy atmosphere.
Oh, there's a draw. Get lucky. Get lucky.
In the right rough.
Not me the end of the world.
No, it's all right.
Is it?
Top back on left. Yeah, left of that tree.
Interesting juxtaposition in the caddy choices. You see them there behind Lee Westwood. Lee Westwood's girlfriend on his bag, and a reunion this week for Gareth Lord and Henrik Stenson. Lordy, incredibly experienced. He's been away from Stenson for 2 or 3 years, but back with him now.
Yes, aggressive play here with, I think it's the 3-wood, trying to get past that, or the ridge that crosses left and right. Oh, that's a beauty. That is a beauty.
Why not land it right in the middle? Dead centre, that looked like it landed there.
I think he was a little bit cross with that one.
Yeah, understandably so.
Just got to sort of hit it at him, you know.
Do wedge.
You up, Paul?
I think that comes out better.
Yeah, I don't think wedge does it. I think I'm going to have to hit this. I mean, it's worth taking it on, you know, because it turns it into a great chance for 4 as opposed to chipping it out, you know.
Agreed. But I think if he comes that tall, it does that.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, show me the wedge.
Interesting conversation from McDowell. Looks like it's the wedge he's reaching for. A little bit blocked out down the right-hand side. Par is the odds-on favourite at 13-8, but 4 for bogey or worse could be interesting here. He's got a great short game though, so you've got a back par 13-8. You should be able to get this somewhere up there, but that looks like it's come out left. Oh, that is a break, hopping over the heather. And if that dives into the heather
I was kind of aiming for it, but
area around it.
I believe I bought that live was kind of.
It's like they've cut it and it's settled.
Telling the crowd how bad that lie was. 141 yards left in for Alex Noren. Great angle, lovely pin for his shot shape. 14-5, birdie or better. Looks attractive to me. And nearly as attractive those odds as that golf shot. And importantly as well, perhaps, Westwood hit a great shot in here, but was slightly above the hole. Noren there, just below it, so putting slightly uphill allows him to be a touch more aggressive.
Yeah, and less break. If there was ever any evidence that the rough is thicker this week, that's it.
You know what, I thought initially that hopped over it. It actually landed in the pathway between the heads.
I was kind of aiming for it, but... Believe how bad that lie was, Kenny.
I've seen quite a repertoire of shots from around the green with our feature groups. I see another inventive shot here from McDowell, I'm sure. Long way below the level of the green, a little plateau to go up. Lofted club in his hand, and he's got to throw it well up. And Conboy walking up there to give him all sorts of yardages. So, having seen McDowell struggle, got water to carry, playing from rough, you hope you've got a decent lie. Look to see a little bit of the ball here, so should be okay for Westwood. He's a strong man.
Sounded like it had a little clip. The very ends of those branches on the way through might have taken a touch of ball speed off it, but safely into the middle of the putting surface for Westwood. But that's a little bit of what we've seen from Westwood over the last couple of days. We followed him yesterday on the European Tour Betcast, and again today. The ball striking's been good. He's hit his fair share of fairways, plenty of them, and greens as well, but not always as close as he might like for his birdie putts.
We have seen this guy go close though from the fairway. 119 gap wedge straight at the flag.
I just love the sound it makes when Stenson hits the ball.
So unlucky, isn't it? And it's, you know, when you're struggling a little bit, you want a bit of help from the course. You see that happen. You can see he's taking it on the chin, but inside, oh, it just drains you. It's like, give me a break.
It does. Well, we were talking about Henrik Stenson's chances of qualifying for the Ryder Cup. I think if he doesn't, as it now looks unlikely, every chance he'll be there as a vice-captain alongside this man in the role, Graham McDowell, already confirmed.
Oh, cut it more, Graham. Just trying to cut spin it a little bit more than I can. I just tugged it. Little pop.
Oh, nice bit of on-course commentary on his own shot from Graham McDowell, and nice little manoeuvre with the divot there. You could get him in centre for an NFL team doing that. That kicked off this weekend.
Yeah. Who's your team?
I love NFL, but I don't actually have a team. My girlfriend Amy supports the New Orleans Saints, and Jamie Spence, who's on course with the feature group, is a Green Bay Packers fan. They're playing in the opening game Sunday evening live on Sky Sports at 9:25, so for that evening I'll be a New Orleans Saints fan.
Yeah.
I'll be keeping on the good side of my girlfriend and hopefully sending some abuse to Jamie Spence.
Sounds all very logical. Green Bay Packers, that's Vince Lombardi, wasn't it? The great coach for them.
Absolutely, the Lombardi Trophy that the champions of the NFL win, now named after him. Look at that, the most points by Ryder Cup partners in Team Europe. Of course, Seve Ballesteros and Jose Maria Olazabal right at the top there. Westwood with that great partnership with Clark as well. Stenson and Rose have been wonderful through the years.
6 out of 8, that's good going, isn't it? Ballesteros like 12 out of 15, really. I mean, that is just sensational.
It's ridiculous when you think about it, isn't it?
No, it's just...
How narrow the margins are, what can go wrong, how long they play together. 15 matches, it's not like they were together for 6 or 8 matches as some of those other pairings and got 3/4 of their points.
And they didn't always play their best either. One of them, quite often was not quite at their best. Got to beat your best here from 45 feet for Westwood. Outside chance for the birdie, up the hill, right to left braking. Again, just trying to cozy this one up. If it goes in, bonus. Try and give yourself very little to do with the next one. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, I knew it was always a touch short, asking for it to reach as it was on its way.
This one will get to the hole, I'm sure of that. Do not think this man will leave this birdie putt short, Noren. Thought he might hold it. Thought he would have actually, thought that ball might have moved left to right. In the end, it went right to left at the hole. Subtlety of break.
Noren obviously thought exactly the same thing. And the shorter putts here at Wentworth, the borrows are subtle, which is sometimes more difficult, isn't it? If you can see there's a big old slope there, it's easy. There's no question in the mind when it's just moving an inch or two this way or that, and it's very hard to see. That's when you can get them sliding by the edges like that.
Stenson needs something. Up the hill, slow putt. Slack pace.
Eight holes in, and it's only the third par of the day for Henrik Stenson. As you can see, 4 bogeys and an eagle as well. It's been adventurous. Adventurous even. Lee Westwood for his par. Yeah, safely in. So Henrik Stenson a couple over for his day through 8 holes. Lee Westwood level par. And I feel like we said it at about this stage yesterday about Lee Westwood. Watching him play, it feels like he's scoring better than he actually is. And it's the same today. The ball striking's on song, but level par. Well, that's more like it, without a doubt.
It's another good up and down, isn't it? How many times have he got up and down already? We've only played 7 holes.
Well, and that's his strength, isn't it? It's always been a razor-sharp short game. Fantastic putter, especially under pressure. Well, this is the European Tour Betcast live from the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. It's day 3. That's how the leaderboard looks. Some early moves from South Africa's Justin Walters. He's one of the pros in the Birdies for Rhinos initiative. He started that up with Dean Burmester. For every birdie he makes and other players involved, the likes of Richard Bland, Justin Rose and many others, money goes towards saving the Rhino. A fantastic cause. Matt Southgate and George Coetzee in with 68s. Just to update you on Coetzee, well, we told you he started the back 9 with 5 straight birdies. He finished par, bogey, par, par, so slowed down, but 68 still a good score. Hole 9, 4th hardest on the course today, 4.31 scoring average.
We've had a few quite tight driving holes. Suddenly here on 9 there's a bit more room. Bunker down the left to avoid. Westwood went left off the tee yesterday, 290 to carry that bunker down that left side. Don't have to worry about bunkers there.
I got to see the shape on the ball courtesy of the top tracer there. It does favour the left to right, but this very much a course where right to left is your friend, Warren.
Yeah, I definitely think more holes dogleg right to left. This is pretty much a straightaway par 4. First bunker on the right, not really in play for these guys. Be aiming at the right-hand bunker in the far distance.
It's a fairway found, but you can tell by the reaction, hand off the club, the strike wasn't quite there that Stenson is used to. He's just not quite feeling it today in any part of the game, in all honesty. He's hanging in there. But it's hard work for him. Graham McDowell now off the back of that fantastic par save on the 7th.
Yeah, it's a hybrid club, and I'm sure he's laying up short of the cross ridge. Yeah, it's well short. Probably got 3-iron, needing himself a longer shot in, but it's okay. It's on the short grass.
Through it. No,
with any kind of shot.
Yeah, exactly. So just your regular. We'll try to get that fairway.
Up the right.
Yeah.
Previous champion here, of course, Alex Noren. Shot an absolutely scintillating 62 in the final round in 2017 to come back and win.
Yeah, 72-62 at the weekend. I mean, you just wonder, how do you do that? It's a brave tee shot. Wow.
He does have a good record here aside from that win as well. A tied 3rd and a tied 8th also in his last 5 appearances here at Wentworth. And Graham McDowell, it's been a curious last few years in his career, really. A little bit all or nothing. He hasn't featured on leaderboards all that regularly, but when he has picked up victories. Won the Corrales Punta Cana Championship on the PGA Tour in March 2019, the Saudi International on the European Tour in February 2020. So when he gets his game in shape, he can still compete. But I think the thing for him is, we mentioned his distance off the tee, just 286 yards with the driver these days. Fewer and fewer courses where he really can compete with that kind of distance off the tee, Warren.
Yeah, he needs a bit of a course with a bit of fire. Fairways hard and fast. He alluded to that in the interview before his round, that he was a bit disappointed that they had the rain here and it softened them up, because if it gets a bit fiery, then of course he's up with the big boys all of a sudden.
And that's the way the game is going these days. You need a decent amount of power and distance off the tee to be able to compete, and then it comes down to a bit of short game and putting as well.
See the difference here. Stenson 190 with the 3-wood off the tee. Westwood 160 with the driver. So he's giving 3 clubs away, Stenson, coming into the green. So he's giving 3 clubs worth of control and height and spin. And if you keep doing that, of course, the guy who's further down the course is going to have the advantage.
11 o'clock. 75 is a good number just here.
So we go to McDowell.
Yeah, I think I can hit most of it, Kenny. There's not tons of wind there.
No.
Ball above the feet. 170 to go. Going to hit a draw, so he's aiming at the BMW TV tower sign. Pulled it a bit.
We'll have that little ridge to putt up, but let's just hold a good one on the previous hole, albeit for par.
Beautifully paved and a little bit of sunshine today. So nice to see. It was a grey day yesterday, rather matching colour of your outfit.
97.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I promised you purple yesterday, and I've got purple on today, so at least the sky isn't matching that. Something would have gone a bit strange
yes,
there.
It is good. Yeah. Can't go long, so go ahead and hit it. Yeah.
Can't go along with that club.
Yeah.
So that suggests, I think this could be a full sand iron the way he hits it. Throw this right up to the flag. Certainly didn't go long, didn't get it out enough. Needed a bit more
Just catches that slope as well, and Adds another 10 feet to the birdie putt that will be to come. Well, as we saw on the graphic before, if there is one good bit of news for Henrik Stenson, having left himself 190 in, the one birdie that we've seen on this hole today came from a very similar yardage.
Cut this one in. Steep going back to that left flag. Good shot. Again, the irons working well for him.
And it's been the strength for him this year, even where his form hasn't been quite so good this season. He's 24th on the European Tour in strokes gained approach. Westwood from 30 yards closer.
Might be again in between clubs here. Very big 9, little 8. Perfect line, look at that.
You're right. Oh, it's all over it.
Loves it, loves it. You know, when a player starts talking like that, be right, oh, it's all over it, you know that's just come off the blade exactly as he wanted to flight it.
Look at the 8th green. Little green dots are your made putts here. The blue are the missed. You can see, well, 3 have gone in from this lower tier to the left of the flagstick. Eight birdies today on this hole. He's averaging 3.88, so a little under its par. And this pair are very good putters. Do you fancy one of these, or maybe even both to go in, Warren?
Of course they can hold them from this lower level. I always think it's very tricky. That adds a different dimension of difficulty when you're coming from a lower level. You've got the slope to contend with, which is pace, and you've got severity of break. So, trying to combine both of those, I wouldn't be putting a lot of money on it myself that he's going to hold it.
It's a great point, always worth taking into consideration if there's a tier in play on those. Will he hole it or not mark it?
It's just, it's the combination of line and pace together, always made more difficult.
So a tap-in par for Alex Noren. That keeps him at 3 under par.
Now for McDowell, he is coming from a lower level, so you would say, oh well, he's not got a great chance of holding this. The only thing about this putt here, it's not going to break as much. So this is outside the right, but this is just give it a wallop. So it's about a cup right. It's not a massive break when you compare it to the putt that Noren had. You are talking about one of the best putters on tour in his heyday. And a great pressure putter too, McDowell.
Yeah, he almost seemed to get better the more pressure was on it. 20 feet here.
Yeah, gave it a cup break, didn't move. Good pace. Up to 9. Inside the magic barrier of 15 feet. Get inside 15 feet, you've really got good chances of holding it. Inside 10, they go up significantly, so could easily see 2 3s here. Stenson to go first. Oh, we might see 2 3s here. Well done. Gosh, he needed that. Out in 36, 1 over the par 35. 37 coming home. Remember, 3 par fives. He normally excels as those, so got a chance to be under par or breaking 70. Westwood just the one red figure on the card so far. Got a birdie putt 10 feet. Well, we know it's a little bit inside that. Not got his fair share so far today. This to be out in 34. His best front nine, as is Stenson's best front nine here in the third round, is 32. So he's never really blazed a trail on day 3 over this front nine. Can't buy a putt. Isn't that amazing? Start to play really well. He's good from tee to green today. You think, oh, well, it's got to be easy to make a score. And you just can't knock the thing in for the birdies. So in the end, he's just one shot better than Stenson over the front nine. And Stenson really has played very poorly. Launching it down the left side, heading towards the left bunker. And I think that's found sand. It's a wide fairway, so that's why he's so annoyed to miss it. Going to be struggling for the par again. To use his short game once more. Gosh, he's got it up and down. So much over the front nine, McDowell. Noren next to go. Again, standing on the right side, so you know again he's trying to hit the big cut. Didn't cut overly, but it is moving left to right.
Mention the birdies for Rhinos from Justin Walters. There have been 6 of them today, to go with 1 bogey as well, 5 under par. He's just 3 shots off the lead through 13 holes, albeit those leaders yet to make their way out onto the golf course.
What about Rafa Cabrera Bello today? I mean, he's going well. Birdied the second, birdied 4, 5, 6 and 7. So 5 birdies on the card to go with the 1 bogey. He's made a significant move and he's been very quiet this year, Cabrera Bello.
He has. Sean Crocker as well has started with 3 birdies in the first 5 holes, 3 under par to get to 8 under. Well, he's a player that absolutely stripes it. It's all about the putter for him. I think he's ranked around about 186th in strokes gained putting, so if Crocker can find some form on the greens, he is always going to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah. I just don't. If you're honest now, can you say there's more than 5?
I know, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm with
then
you.
I can go more, a little bit more normal. If it goes 5 balls.
So I think and right now the flag's not good.
Do you think there's a little bit of over-analysis sometimes with Stenson? A little bit too much information going in there.
It's difficult to say. I think really every player sort of knows what works. Some are very technical and prefer that, lots of information. Others are a bit more feel. That partnership, and they'll be used to communicating. Gareth Lord and Henrik Stenson, tried and tested through the years. You would like to think they know the right balance between them, and that result certainly indicates they came to the correct decision ultimately, whether there was too much or just the right amount of chat to get there.
Yeah, in the past, played this hole 10 times, 3 twos in the third round, 2 bogeys, so may see a 4th 2 for Stenson after that terrific shot. Westwood, surprisingly, in all the third rounds he's played round here, he's only had 1 2, couple of 4s, 14 goes he's had it, so this is 15th. He may forget the 2s and just have a 1 the way he's going. At the moment, he can't hold it with the putter, so he'd better get it close.
Well, we had a couple of aces on this hole yesterday. Romain Langasque, the Frenchman, Joachim B. Hansen, the Dane.
Well, I can tell you didn't plan that. He's got away with one there. He'll try and tell you, no, I meant that, but he didn't. He's telling porcupines if he's trying to tell you that.
I think he'd admit that there was a little bit of fortune there. We saw Harrington using the bank over there to get it close by design yesterday, but a different pin position. Noren 204 into the 9th.
So guys, I'm going to go under this rope.
Thank you. Gone over the edge of the hole.
How did that miss? Goodness gracious, he's no idea. Can't see from where he is back there. He just knows that from the reaction from the crowd.
Let's take another look, and it's an absolutely sublime strike.
So guys, I'm going to go under this rope.
Catches the edge of the hole.
Thank you.
2 inches further left, it's in for a 2.
I'm just saying that the only thing is that long right.
I'm starting to think 7-iron here and just hit it to the front.
That's why I'm sort of trying to say it.
Front, so I mean, I should, you know, if I hook this, I can still get this 10 up the green.
166, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you make contact with this to get on the green, yeah. Sure.
Well, that tongue in front of him, it doesn't want to go straight over that, so he's going to aim a little bit right, which gives him a better margin to get the ball out. So he's going to try and hook this one, get it hooking and chasing. So if he catches it really well, he can knock it on the green, but it better hook where he's aiming. Now it's going to rely on the short game once more.
A few grains of sand caught between club face and ball there, coming up a bit short.
Caddy's always like that, you know, too. Do you see what he's doing, just cleaning off? You know, he's not having to make the caddy work all the time, so, you know, they like those little moments.
Ken Conboy and Graham McDowell have been a partnership for a very long time. Nice to see Graham pulling his weight. So Henrik Stenson, last professional win was the 2019 Hero World Challenge. Defeated John Rahm, and how the landscape has changed since then. The Spaniard, now the #1 golfer in the world, a major champion, just like this man. This for back-to-back birdies for Henrik Stenson, 12 feet on the par 3 10th. And somehow Henrik Stenson is levelled half the round, right back to where he started at 4 under. It's been a colourful scorecard, back-to-back birdies though, and a lot of fans following this group. They enjoyed that. 25,000 spectators a day allowed in here at Wentworth.
How can these two players, though, today, the way they've played, right now as it stands, be on the same score for today's round?
It just goes to show there's many different ways to get it done.
This goes to show, too, if they were playing match play, how frustrating it would be for the guy who's playing well. Now, Westwood needs to find something here. Another 10-footer. He had 10 foot on the last green and missed it on the high side.
Great look at the wear mark in the centre of that putter face there.
And he's missed that one on the low side.
We're through 10 holes now, and Stenson and Westwood have only made the same score on 2 of them.
Yeah, interesting.
So McDowell relying on the wedge to get him out of trouble here again.
It's always nice when you're actually, if you're a top pro, playing over a bunker, because it helps you, give you a sense of distance. And, well, that's just perfection. Well, no, it isn't perfection. Perfection would have it going in, but the next best thing to perfection.
It's gorgeous, that's what it is.
Yeah.
He's still got the magic in those hands with that club. It's all about the quality of the strike, isn't it? Getting it to stop quickly like that on chips and pitches.
It's the delivery of the club into the ball at the right pace, because you've got to get the right flight, spin, its contact, and its consistency of that. So you've got to be able to see it and flight it at that distance. You never get 2 wedges the same distance on the same day. It doesn't happen. So you've got to be able to adapt, adjust. The lie is always different. I mean, that's just a genius at work.
Outward half of 35 for Graham McDowell, 1 bogey, 1 birdie, the rest all pars. That's the view back towards the 11th tee. Your favourite tee shot on the course, this one, Warren?
I love holes where you're playing downhill. It's an attractive view. The hole bends right to left. You've got bunkers down the right in the distance you can aim at. It's a thrill to drive it off this hole, as is the next one where you drive it over trees.
Only hit 3 of 7 fairways today, Henrik Stenson. Takes the 3-wood to be a fairway finder. Hasn't quite done that today, but I think that one will find the short stuff.
The other thing, I was a drawer of the ball. I like to manoeuvre it right to left, so this course just set up perfectly for me all the time. I just aim it down the right side. You can use all the fairway. Just, I don't say it was easy, but it just seemed easy when you looked at the hole. Oh yeah, it suits my eye, which is why for people who fade it like Westwood, who saw him yesterday, tried to hit it down the left side, came across it, pulled it in the left trees, had all sorts of trouble. So a hole like this may not suit his eye. It's much harder for them to see the right shot.
Yeah, the rough and heather down the left-hand side, some of the thickest on the course, not the place to be. What was your lowest round here at Wentworth, Warren?
Oh, that's a good question. A few 68s. Finished 10th one year. That was my best. That's in the right rough.
Might have found the sand as potentially.
I know I didn't play for as much money around here as they're playing for this year.
Well, yeah, Rolex Series event, lots of money, lots of points on offer as well, 8,000 of them going towards the race to Dubai. So players fighting out at the top end of that list.
Interesting European Tour official there, Gary Butler, just going across having a little word. I'm just wondering whether they're out of position. May have having a quiet word. I think you might need to get a little bit of a move on, boys. We're not watching you, but don't hang about.
Well, it had been a bit of a struggle aside from that scintillating eagle for Henrik Stenson on the front 9, but he closed it out with that birdie. Back-to-back courtesy of this fine tee shot on the par 3 10th. creating short misses on the greens early, but it's very much behaving itself on 9 and 10 for Henrik Stenson. On that 10th tee, Graham McDowell. Well, Noren has beat him to nearest the pin on the first 2 par 3s. Are you sticking with McDowell? You've been loyal to him.
I am on this hole because I think he's going to be cute here. McDowell is going to aim it left of the flag, use the slope a bit. See him holding it off, trying to cut the head. Oh, no. Oh, that is... Now, if he gets it up and down from over there, I think I might give him a good top accolade award.
When we were going around the course on Wednesday, that just looked like the worst miss on any green on the course for me left there.
Yeah, he's got a bit more room today with that flag, but not much more.
So now you've got that's 49 and 13. That's 62. That's
so it's only 2.
Right of it.
So it's 2 past it. Or what?
Yeah, 62, and then we've got 60. Yeah, 2 past it. So.
2 past it.
2 past it is where it really starts to open up. You want your ball coming down just fractionally left. Fractionally left.
But if I hit it hard, I'm gonna get over everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the fade it's a little help, right?
Yes, it is.
But
that's it for your number. Yeah. Very good.
It's such a numbers game. If you're not good with numbers, don't apply for a caddy's job. Better be able to run up quickly. 174 to go.
Sorry, off the right.
Yeah.
Wind a little off the right. He's trying to cut it.
I heard it land.
That's what I thought McDowell was trying to do, use the slope, trying to cut the ball exactly as done there. He's brought it off perfectly.
Confirmation Westwood has found that bunker down the right, 139 yards left, not a long shot, but not an easy one from there either.
Not from that line, look, it's buried, and that's plugged up the face, so you can forget about him getting it on the green. This is almost some sort of explosion shot. Just can he get it a bit thin? I can't believe he's going to try and do that. That was my eyes seeing it right, wasn't it?
It wasn't totally plugged. It was sitting down a touch, but the nicest lie with the ball above his feet.
I think he's done remarkably well to get it that far up. That's very well played. Very well played.
10 yards shorter from 129. Most importantly, from the fairway, Stenson.
Well, I'm giving this one inside 10 feet.
Yeah, what price 3 birdies in a row. He did make one in round 1 on this hole.
Just nice gap wedge for him. Comfortable. 3/4 shot. Pitched it 2 inches too far. A little bit further down the green. I think that would just dig in a bit more, and that would spin down to the hole. Missed it by the width of a golf ball.
Super shot, but it'll be a little bit slippery, that birdie putt. The green's not terrifyingly rapid this week, but enough there if you get above the hole to give you something to think about. So a little look at what Graham McDowell faces here, and you can see he and caddy Ken Comboy working out which bit of that rough covered slope they need to land it on. Everything slopes away from them here. That bank, the green as well, no way he can land it on the green really and keep it on the putting surface. And you can see his form before this year at the BMW PGA Championship. 15 appearances, 9 cuts made, but no top 10 finishes. A best of tied 13th back in 2009. It tells you it's not a course that really suits his eye. Offering the club to the young lad there.
Just keep really still now, guys. Thank you.
In the crowd as well.
Well, the severity of this shot just got harder and harder. Off the downslope. If he can go underneath this and get any sort of height and grab, better man than me, Gungadin. Oh, take a bow. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Just that shooty little bounce hurt him. Fist pump for a fan in the crowd, though.
Nicely clipped there from Westwood. His technique with those chip shots has definitely got better over the years. You wouldn't necessarily put him down as a great chipper or pitcher from around the edge of the green, but he's way, way better than he ever used to be. Never needed to chip too much because he hits normally so many fairways and greens in the right number.
Well, that's what he's done today. That's only the second green he's missed in regulation today. But still level par. Just the one birdie and one bogey. Stenson also level par, but they're in a very different way. An eagle and 2 birdies offset by the 4 bogeys. So 9 feet, a little bit downhill.
Been strange for the putter today. His missed putts we thought he was going to hole. His holed putts we thought he was going to miss. This from 9 feet downhill. It's going to be like a flat 7-footer with the increase in speed. Don't think there's much movement.
Starting at a touch left. Pretty straight in all honesty, and in it goes. That is 3 birdies on the trot for Henrik Stenson.
And a par 5 to come that he can reach comfortably in 2. He's already had 1 eagle.
Well, this is where that treacherously difficult recovery shot from Graham McDowell ended up. Well, that went right to left hard as it moved from the apron to the green. So it will be a dropped shot for the Northern Irishman. Lee Westwood with this putt, hoping to avoid that same fate, a hole ahead on the 11th.
Well, considering where he was off the tee in that horrible line, the bunker, there'll be Be thrilled with that. That'll feel like a birdie, but isn't it amazing? He's holed a putt for a par, couldn't hold one for birdie. How many times do you do that in a round of golf? Why?
Alex Noren, lovely tee shot, used the slopes to the left of the hole to get his ball filtering down to here. He has missed some opportunities today, Noren. Oklahoma State graduate, went to college over in America. It's the same university that Ricky Fowler and more latterly Victor Hovland came through.
Hovland's having a bit of a nightmare today, isn't he, too? Started playing with today in this third round with Tommy Fleetwood. Started with 3 bogeys, then birdied the 4th, then bogeyed the 5th. So he's way down the list.
A surprise, tied 11th in his first appearance at the BMW PGA Championship in 2019, Victor Hovland.
Now, although it's a par 5, he's got the 3-wood, you think, well, that doesn't actually work, but on a hole like this, 520, it's still comfortably in range for this fellow with a 3-wood off the tee. Aim at the bunkers and just draw it off them. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, got it out the neck. Well, having said it comfortably get home, it suddenly made very much longer.
Yeah, that's a really long way back. Skied that, really.
Ahead of it and just come out of the bottom left part of the club. Driver though for this fella.
And he's been good on the par 5s here at Wentworth through his career, Westwood, averaging 1.97 under par for them.
That he took there, you know, he creamed that one down the middle of the fairway. Once a player starts doing that, they can keep doing that all day long.
Absolutely. Alex Noren on the 11th tee. He's birdied this hole both the previous days. Obviously one that suits the eye. He didn't hold back on that.
If he birdies it from there, oh my.
Yeah, that has taken a deep dive into the heather. So much history around this place, Warren. What are your favourite memories or favourite moments from BMW PGA Championships gone by?
Oh gosh, so many.
I'll let you have a little think about that as we see Graham McDowell on the 11th tee and the updated in-play odds here. Who's going to win? What is your favourite right now? Oh, and that's down the left from McDowell as well, I think. The bunker is better than the heather. Kiradek, Appy, Barnrat 7-1. Justin Rose and Shane Lowry 9-1. There have been so many incredible moments. A few years ago, Luke Donald winning here, beating Lee Westwood actually into second to jump to world #1 in the world rankings.
Yeah, but when you think about the winners, you've had Langer win here, Seve winning here, Fowler winning here, Alathabel winning here, Costantino Rocca winning here. Monty won 3 years, you know, on the bounce. And then you know, Jimenez, you know, latterly you've had Tyrrell Hatton, Danny Willett from England winning, but then you've had the odd strange player that won, Simon Kahn.
If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the backs of kings. 1 in a million, the billions at half percent. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the backs of kings. 1 in a million, the billions at half percent.
Ryder Cup at Whistling Straits, just under a couple of weeks away now. And that is how things looked before the tournament started. After 2 rounds, Bernd Wiesberger had snuck his way into the automatic qualifiers on the European points list. And that bumped Shane Lowry out of the automatic qualifiers. Of course, plenty of golf still to be played here. When it is all said and done on Sunday evening, Padraig Harrington will be announcing his 3 wildcard picks as well, here from Wentworth. And here's a man that's played in 10 of them, looking to make it 11 this year. He's right inside the automatic qualification spots, in a very good position to do so as well. Stenson has played 5 Ryder Cups, played in the last 3, picking up 3 points, 2 points and 3 points respectively, so been an integral part of the European side in recent times. 246 here, off of not his greatest strike off the tee, but found the fairway, and that gives him the chance to get that 3-wood out again. Possibly a 5-wood from that distance.
Yeah.
Running through the back of the green, but he will have plenty of putting surface to work with there. Chipping back up the green. It is a par 5, of course. And now Westwood from 213, long iron in hand. Up 23 points for Team Europe in his 10 appearances in the Ryder Cup. Didn't play last time in Paris. No points from 3 matches. Difficult competition in Hazeltine. Work this right to left a little around that tree line if he's to go straight at the flag. Oh, I think it caught the branches of that very final tree and just dropped down into that bunker. Well, let's hope it's not plugged. Often if that happens, ball comes straight down into the bunker, it can stay in its own pitch mark. This is tough for McDowell here, 125 yards. Plays uphill this shot. He's picked that really nicely. Picked it a bit too nicely over the back of the green, and that is going to be so difficult from there. Just 3 or 4 paces of green to work with, all sloping away from him. He gave himself a horrible shot around the green.
But since nobody could find it, it's not, I mean, obviously it wasn't a good lie, so...
Where is it now? Sorry.
There.
Okay, so just start again. Who stood on it?
My caddy.
Right. In the process of searching for it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah.
So obviously it wasn't a good lie, so nobody could see it. So,
yes.
So pretty much the same, but just put the grass over. Or
well,
what?
if he stood on it, it may have gone down a little bit into the ground.
Yeah.
He may have.
Yeah, he said it. He said he stood on it, so it's obviously gone down a little bit.
Okay. Stick the tee peg next to it, and then just lift it for me. Let's have a little look into the. Let me just get my head in there. Yeah, that
screen the ball.
Can I?
Yeah, yeah. And then we need to put the ball back, and obviously we then need to sort of cover it again. So
lift it up a little, the grass.
But obviously it can't go into that point there. It needs to go into a nearest point. It can't go into there because you could keep putting that. It's going to keep dropping down. So maybe we're going to bring it into the side here.
Okay. You want to do it or?
No, you can do it.
So Noren's caddy stepped on the ball.
Keeps falling into the hole.
Yeah.
Finding it.
So you need to just come to the side here.
But you want to recreate the lie that I had,
yeah? It's not quite recreate, but you're going to put it back and then you're going to cover it back over again. So you're going to put it down into there. That's good, I'm happy with that. And then you just need to fold the grass gently over the top of it.
Take away the tape?
Yeah, you can. And then fold the grass back over it. I'm happy with that, that's fine. That's fine.
Like that?
Yeah, no, you don't, I mean, you can still move a little bit of that back so at least you can see the ball.
Yeah, but I mean, since nobody could see it.
I know, but,
yeah, okay.
But when you put it back, you are able to see a little bit of it, okay?
But if you come this angle, like, what do you think? According to the rules, like,
yeah, well, you can
more or less.
You can see a little bit of that. I would just move that bit back a fraction.
This?
Yes. There. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe more. Thank you.
So great integrity there from Alex Noren, wanting to get that ball exactly as it would have been had his caddy not stood on it. Obviously you heard him say there it must have been pretty well buried because his caddy didn't see it and stepped on it, and if anything was sounding keen to make it as bad as possible to make sure he wasn't getting any unfair advantage. The par is 9-4 on, but bearing in mind
it's okay up the right.
What we've just seen from that lie.
You just stand, okay, so like, you got it.
No. 17-2 for the bogey, Warren.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't fancy his chances of getting it on the green. And of course, no penalty for that. Had he moved it intentionally, it would be different.
101.
101?
Yeah.
I think this is just a big old hack out and hope you don't hurt your wrist. Well, that's phenomenal. Absolutely. If ever there was evidence that these guys work in the gym and get strong, that is it right there, because you've got to be mighty strong to do that.
The forearm strength to get down to that ball. Let's look at it, taking a massive chunk of the grass with him.
Well, it's the speed of impact going into the ground like that. If you weren't strong enough to hold on to the club, it will be out of your hands in a heartbeat.
I mean, that's the type of lie that most handicap golfers, you're doing well just to get it back out onto the fairway from there, never mind even considering going for the green and hitting it.
Yeah, 100 yards. Awkward stance for Westwood, played okay. Pretty good.
Yeah, he got a reasonable lie. The ball hitting the branches of that final tree and dropping down in. It's giving the bunker a good stare, but a reasonable result out of the sand. Okay, Warren, you've had a bit of a chance to think about a standout moment. You've read off some names, and well, what a list it is of former winners here, but I'm going to put you on the spot and get you to pick your favourite.
Well, in terms of dramatic, I mean, Noren's second shot to the last to, win a few years ago, it's got to be right up there. Over the water, long iron for a round of 62. Whew.
And that's exactly the moment that the course redesign and what they did to 18 there, those changes, was built for, wasn't it? And that was, well, pretty poor in all honesty from Henrik Stenson there, unfortunately.
But yeah, there are other moments. I do like the moment when Seve was playing his second shot to 17.
Yes, I know.
And he stopped the crowd. There was a little boy in the crowd and said, don't move. I know you're excited, but, nervous, but so am I.
That was a wonderful moment.
I mean, they're great moments, not always. And of course, I was here years and years and years ago. First ever professional golfer I saw and got a handicap was Arnold Palmer, winning around here in the World Match Play way back in '64, but I was in short pants, obviously. And I watched Gary play, 7 down and 17 to play against Lima. Came back and won. I saw every shot.
Incredible. Those are the moments that inspire youngsters to get into this game, follow it. Graham Dow just leaves that one in the jaws. Yeah, so many of the English and British players in the field this week we know came to Wentworth in their younger days to watch the game when they were children, and how many youngsters in the crowds this week will go on to grace these fairways as professionals in years to come. Henrik Stenson, can he make it 4 on the bounce? Not quite.
Well, this would be some 3, wouldn't it? My goodness me. Up the hill, outside the right, 31 feet. Go on, knock it in for a 3. Not going to be.
A good 4 from where that tee shot was going, I think, midway through its flight. And certainly when it landed, if you'd have offered Alex Noren a 4, he'd have bitten your hand off.
I'm surprised they, having said that they let that grass get so long to the left there of 11. Birdie putt now, Cam Westwood, hole 1. How many of these has he had today? Not made them. At last one drops.
So that ends a run of 5 pars in a row with a birdie for Lee Westwood there. Alex Noren, 7 pars in a row now for him. The putter, which normally his strength, has just gone a little bit cold. He's had 2 or 3 really good looks for birdie in that run, which he hasn't converted, as Stenson tidies up for his par here on the 12th.
Good to see sunshine coming out. That's going to help the crowds decide, yes, I think I'll go along to Wentworth and watch. Nothing better this course when it's in this sort of condition. Sun is shining, players are playing great golf. Terrific tee shot from Noren.
Yeah, we saw Westwood's was a touch further left than that, and obviously he had to flirt with the trees for the second. I think that's just about far enough right, but he shouldn't have to try and work it round them.
Now this is one hole that, although it's a dogleg right to left, the fade doesn't hurt you. If you get it down the right half of the fairway, you're much better shot actually into the green. He's driven the ball so well today. He looks so good. Harrington will love that. One of his top men playing well. Tee to green.
Yeah, if he can just perhaps knock the approaches a touch closer or get that putter a little bit warmer, could be a very, very valuable team member in Whistling Straits.
Can he get the timing right? It's not had out the middle of the bat too often today. Better there, seemed to be up the back of the ball more. Got the arms through, then the body followed.
Plenty of chase as well, maybe too much. Oh, I think it's just hung on to the fairway grass. Yeah, just looking at the list of recent winners that we were discussing not long ago, and Matteo Manassero in 2013 jumps out there. Obviously an absolutely phenomenal player in his late teens, early 20s. He's dropped off the European Tour sadly the last couple of years, but he is making his way back, finding some form on the Challenge Tour. There we go. Well, Walters and Lagergren now 6 under par for their rounds, 10 under, just 2 back of Kiradech Aphibarnrat. Sam Horsfield's picked up a birdie. No one averages more birdies per round on the European Tour this year than Sam Horsfield. He can get hot. It's all about the consistency for him. Potential Ryder Cupper of the future. Thomas Peters, a man who Made a magnificent Ryder Cup debut a few years ago and hasn't quite gone on and kicked on like we expected him to. Tommy Fleetwood 2 under par through 7 holes of his third round, 7 under. Well, Bernd Wiesberger. A lot of eyes on him this week. Where he is right now, he is an automatic qualifier for the Ryder Cup. Miguel Angel Jimenez remarkably 7 under par for the first couple of rounds. He's dropped a shot early today, but great effort to make the cut for the Spaniard. Inside the top 30 still. Molinari and Stephen Gallagher, former Ryder Cup players as well. Members of winning teams for Europe. Eduardo Molinari at Celtic Manor, Gallagher on home soil, at Glen Eagles. And Eduardo's brother Francesco Molinari, part of that incredible Mollywood pairing with Tommy Fleetwood in Paris 3 years ago. 17 for him today, 4 under par total, tied 47th. It would have been inconceivable 3 years ago if you'd have said he won't make the next European Ryder Cup team. But in all likelihood, that is what is going to happen for him, unfortunately. Johannes Veerman, winner of the DD Real Czech Masters. Not his best round today, 1 over par. Grant Forrest, the winner on home soil, Hero Open at Fairmont St Andrews. Dominic Willett, a past champion here, but 1 over par. And alongside Graham McDowell on 2 under for the tournament. McDowell, of course, part of our European Tour Betcast coverage this morning. All the way down to the bottom we go. 78 players made the cut at 2 under par. It was a big top 65 and ties make the cut, so 78 is a big number. Look back down the 13th.
It's all the way, almost a straight line back to the clubhouse, not quite, pretty much. So they head for home really after 12.
5-2 on for the par for Lee Westwood from here. Most European Tour wins since 1972. Westwood is 8th on that list. Led by Seve Ballesteros, 50 wins, quite incredible. Bernard Langer, 42 on the European Tour and still winning on the Champions Tour today.
I'm going for the par. He's not made too many birdies, but I don't see him making a bogey.
No, I think it's a case of he probably finds the green here.
Follow the form.
30, 40 feet. We just haven't seen him hole enough putts, unfortunately.
Oh no, I think 20 feet, 25 feet. Maybe even closer, but
not to make the putt.
Not to make the putt. Okay, maybe 40 feet then. But that's hit that right on line, right down the throat. Really good drive. Not on to make par. Noren now second to the par 5. Overhanging trees there on the left, make it awkward for him. Got to drill it in straight.
How did they go right?
That would have been good for day 1. The flag was on the back right.
11-4 on the par from here. 3-1 birdie or better for Stenson. Doesn't look like he enjoyed that one.
Funny enough, I would have fancied him for the birdie, really. If you'd have asked me, I'm glad you didn't.
Well, that's very honest of you to say so after seeing where that approach landed.
Well, only because, you know, he's hit so many good iron shots. I didn't think that he'd kind Kind of get it a little bit awry like that.
Having hit a very average to poor chip shot on the previous hole, he's faced with another chip shot here as well.
Wife Helen there on the bag for Lee Westwood, a little bit behind. A question of we'll have a little chat while they're in the office. He's there to work. They got married earlier this year. Honeymoon at the US Open. Not sure I could have got that past my good lady.
Very understanding.
Here's another masterclass. Are we going to get a masterclass from McDowell? I suspect we will. Tight lie. Got to have a little bit of sharp lean here. Make sure you have the hands leading. Oh, every time I say we're going to have a masterclass, then all of a sudden we see somebody do something like that.
They put the mockers on him. Ian Poulter on the 18th on the opening day, and I can't believe that. He's been so good with the wedges today.
Well, that's
built a career on it.
Two players who are renowned having the best short games, Poulter and McDowell. Both now have absolutely fluffed them. I put it down to modern technology, the bounce on some of these lob wedges and gap wedges, and the fact they have really tight lies that are a little bit wet, soft. If you don't get it right, it's almost like playing out of a bunker. You know, just get a bit of sand behind the board, it comes out fluffed.
So now, well, 15-2 on to get up and down for his par here, Henrik Stenson. There's a bit of slope that will do some of the work for him. No, 7-1 bogey or worse. Bearing in mind we saw the poor chip on the previous hole, and he's missed a couple of shortish putts today. I hate to say it, but 7-1, reasonable value.
Going for the bladed, going to hit this like a putt, I think. So it's not going to be a chip shot, the way he was rehearsing it. And go in.
Oh,
go in. Go in.
Oh! Goodness. Well, that was a superb effort. Quite rightly you called it, from the way he was just making those practice strokes. The little bellied wedge, the leading edge hitting the equator of the ball. A great little shot to have in the arsenal. And well, at this stage, I thought it was going in.
Yeah, so glad you mentioned the arsenal today, with a smile on your face. I hope I can have a smile on my face at the end of the day talking about the arsenal. That's a football club, but there's the putt for Stenson for his pass. Remains at 1 under today.
Yes, big relegation 6-pointer in the Premier League today, Arsenal and Norwich City.
Oh dear. Oh dear, I hope I can come in the morning tomorrow with a smile on my face and not have my head hung low.
Nottingham Forest fan Lee Westwood is 20-1 on to miss this. 12-1 on to make it. You can look at it two ways. He's either well overdue one, or he hasn't done it all day, so he's not going to now. Which side of the fence are you?
Well, he did hole a putt on the last hole, but not a very long one. Can you keep on missing? Gotta have one somewhere. That sounded good. Again, it looks to me he's actually got a problem today reading them. He seems to be reading a lot more break into putts, and sometimes that can happen. You just look at a putt and you just get it wrong. There's nothing wrong with the stroke, nothing wrong with the pace. He's had good pace all day long, but he's missing, and that just tells me not reading them right.
Well, interestingly, the putter here from just into the first cut of rough, it's for eagle. A very good approach putt for Alex Noren. We spoke about the quality of his lag putting earlier on.
You know, why make the game difficult? With Stenson we saw use a club, but used it like a putter from the rough. There he's used the putter in the rough. Go for the simple shot.
The sun's come out this afternoon, and excellent to see a few of the spectators with some refreshing beverages, staying hydrated out there.
Amber nectar. Par putt for Graham McDowell. And he will be so bitterly disappointed with that. 6 on a par 5. Chip and a putt for a birdie 4. You walk off with 6.
And it is 3 bogeys in a row to start the back 9. A back 9 which normally scores a bit better than the front 9. So he was out in level par, but 3 over for the round now. Back to 1 under par. Well, his 14th, it's a cracker of a par 3 played uphill, a false front. Wow, someone's chipped in for birdie from down the bottom of that false front. That must have been a hell of a shot. There have been 5 of them today, just 4 bogeys or worse. Hole-in-one prize here as well, Warren.
Yeah, I think that's a hard pin today for a hole-in-one, because most players, you've got to get it over that false front. You can't be pitching short of that flag today, I don't think, even though there's a bit of down breeze. Got to use the little bit of slope behind the hole, so pitch it literally over the top of the flag.
Just spotted a nice cream van there on the right-hand side of the picture, down the left of this hole. Tempting, a few little food and drinks trucks. Good place to spend an afternoon by this 14th hole, plenty of drama.
It's a big 8-iron. Oh, good shot.
Behind the tee is the hole-in-one prize. The value of that goes to the Alzheimer's Society. For the first person to make an ace, and the player who does it will get to keep that car for a year. Alex Noren for his birdie on the 12th. In it goes.
Back to 14, Stenson. Can be a very noisy area with the food stands away to the left, drink stands. They get a bit exuberant round here, so any good shot, you'll hear lots of hollering and hooting.
10-3 to make the birdie here, Henrik Stenson, and his iron play, as ever, has been pretty good.
Now I was thinking it's 10-1 you were talking about, but that's local time right now.
As you said, Warren, not necessarily a flag that you're likely to see a hole-in-one at.
Not today on that hole. I mean, we've had so many hole-in-ones this season, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, Tyrrell Hatton just a couple of inches away yesterday. You saw the players there just erring to the right-hand side of that pin position. Well, Joachim Lagergren is absolutely flying. 7 under par for the day through 15 holes. 11 under par now. What can he do over the closing 3 as well? Of course, 2 par 5s to finish, 17 and 18. He'll be keen to post a number. Not far away from our leaders getting out onto the course now either. As Warren says, we're just about 8 minutes to 1 local time. The final pairing of Laurie Cantor and Kiradech Aphibarnrat. They tee off at 20 past 1. Francesco Laporta and Adam Scott. He's Warren's pick at 10 past 1.
I just think there's so much pressure in terms of Ryder Cup for the other players that no baggage for the Australian. Scott playing some beautiful golf over the opening 2 days.
Yeah, that magical moment when he pitched in on 15, was it, in the opening round. Warren turned a terrible tee shot, and what could really have been a 6 or a 7 into a 3 there. It's a big day for Laurie Cantor as well. The Bath native, world 170. Had a real breakthrough year on the Race to Dubai last season after the resumption. 4 top 5s. Ended up 19th in the Race to Dubai. He's 83rd on the list this year, so with this being a Rolex Series event, Huge points in the race to Dubai and the world rankings on offer. A big afternoon and a big weekend for Laurie Cantor ahead. Stenson will be going first for his birdie here on the 14th. to 2 to make the putt, 11 to 1 on. I'm feeling something that's drawing me towards that 15 to 2 that he's going to hole it for some reason. I don't know where it's coming from. It might be completely wrong, but 28 feet. Great setting, plenty of fans around this green. It's not the easiest putt.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of break from the right. It's quick. If you can see this one going in, then
well,
perhaps you better pick the lottery numbers
Sometimes
tonight.
You just get a feeling.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just hungry. Maybe that's what I'm feeling in my tummy, but 15 to 2.
Oh, I think. Oh.
Only needed hitting.
Never up, never in.
I know what that feeling was. I saw the ice cream van.
The 99. Not a good number for a golf course. Ice cream with a flake in it. A 99.
Noren finding the fairway bunker off the tee, a long way back. Oh, and the cardinal sin, finding the rough with the layup.
Bunker? No, it's where those cables are, cap in the red shirt. Oh, right. Okay. It's in the right way.
Lee Westwood, 9 to 2 to make this one. 13 to 2 on to miss it. Saw Alex Stenson get the read absolutely spot on, but not quite hit it.
I'm gonna go. I just fancy he might make one here. He's come close. If you overread this, it might help him. Oh, he's underread it.
Close enough that just walk up and tap it in though. Three for Lee Westwood. Remains 5 under par. Ray McDowell now. Second on the 13th, coming out of the rough, but looks to be a pretty reasonable line. Gave it some beans. He's calling for it to go. Is it enough club? Oh, it certainly is.
Well done.
Excellent shot for Graham McDowell. Henrik Stenson tidies up for his par as well. Much better back nine from the Swede.
Hello.
Francesco Laporta there at 11 under par. Well, Joachim Lagergren, he has picked up another birdie. Well, his back nine, he's on fire. Birdie, 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 par, birdie, birdie, birdie on the back nine. 2 par 5s to come. What number is Joachim Lagergren going to post in the clubhouse, Warren?
Well, what's the leading score going to be after the third round? Normally, you're talking anywhere between 17 and 20 under winning round here. If they get to 17 under today, 18 under, then phew, it will be record low scoring almost.
Yeah, I think you've got to be looking around the 20 under mark for a winning total, probably. Nice little flyover of the 15th there.
And one of the hardest driving holes on the course. Tough pin today, back right, but anywhere in the middle of the green you've got an uphill putt. Key is to get the drive away. Water all the way down the right hand side, a ditch, so don't go there. Out of bounds on both sides. Hit the fairway. Key.
Yeah, we saw 3-wood here from Westwood yesterday as well, perhaps just looking for that slightly straighter ball flight. He does love the fade. Perhaps a bit too straight starting it on that line.
Oh, hello.
Oh, that was a good bounce.
Wow, that's a bounce and a half. That's worth half a shot right there. Out of the thick stuff into the first cut. That will help enormously.
Took a handbrake turn right when it landed in the rough there. Oh, Stenson, not a hole he's got on well with this week. Bogey, bogey over the first couple of rounds.
Till Ernie changed this green, this was one of the quirkiest greens to have had a massive slope on it right to left, just protected by one bunker. Really down the right, there was one left, but no one really went left because you had to knock it on the right side to get it on the green. That looks okay. Hard left, is that in the semi? Yeah, that's got a nice kick out as well.
The rough never does that when I hit it in there, Warren.
Yes, that's because you're a little further in, I would suspect. Oh, I'm being harsh on you this week, aren't I?
Oh, you're correct, though. Oh, and after the superb approach, McDowell finally gave himself a really good look for a birdie putt and doesn't convert. Vice-captain, of course, at Whistling Straits alongside Captain Podrick Harrington. Robert Carlson will also be there as a vice-captain. How important is that role at a Ryder Cup?
Vice-captain?
Yes.
Very important. Yeah, you need good people to bounce off. You need people who've been in that situation. You need people who know what it's like to be out in the arena playing in those matches, so you can say the right thing at the right time or say nothing.
22 putts for Alex Noren through 12 holes. The average is 27 in rounds 1 to 3, so that tells you he's taken more putts to this point than usual. And again, another one slides by. I can't remember seeing Alex Noren miss that many or this many makeable putts in one round for quite a while. That's 4 of them that you would almost expect him to hole, and he hasn't today.
Yeah, and that is the fine margins. That's why he's probably not featured as much on leaderboards this year as he has in previous years. It is, in the end, always down to putting. And the other role that vice-captains play the ear to the captain, because they'll go out in those pods, watch all the players play and report back. This guy's on fire, this guy's not at his best. Captain can't see every shot.
Yeah, I remember speaking to Thomas Bjorn in the lead up to Paris and afterwards as well, and he was speaking about the importance of the vice-captains in terms of there's so much going on, he can't have all of the information at his fingertips. Yes, you're the captain, you make the decisions, but the vice-captains are one that present the options, give you the information, and then the captain makes the decision. So it's a really important role.
And then you need background staff of players who've also been there in the past, and you know, I'm thinking of the big tall Swede Robert Carlson, who is a facts and figure man and really analyses, you know, players' performances throughout the year, and gave such enormous information to Bjorn last time round. He's also in the fold, working for Harrington.
Yeah, great experience for future captains as well. So many of the guys that have gone on to captain Team Europe have been vice-captain 2, 3, 4 times prior to that. So yeah, we saw Westwood and Stenson down the left-hand side. Not too many birdies on this hole today.
guessing.
It's very good too with Westwood with Helen on the bag. I think he's very easy going. I think it's nice for him. He seems more relaxed sometimes when she is on the bag than when they have a normal caddy. Does most of the work himself in terms of yardages, picking clubs, looking where the wind is. She literally just carries the bag, gives just support.
He's been so much more relaxed on the golf course probably the last 2, 3, 4 years. And I think having his now wife Helen or his son who caddies for him quite a lot as well on the bag has really contributed to that.
A little extra knee bend as if the ball was a long way below his feet there. A bit of collapse going on, that's why I think the ball went left.
He's found the bunker. He's not been great at saving par from the sand this season, just 45.92% of the time. That has him around about 160th in the rankings. Alex Noren, his tee shot on the way to the 14. And you can see that's a very popular spot, just right of the pin. Look back from the green down towards Henrik Stenson, 201 yards away from that flagstick, coming from a very similar lie to Lee Westwood ball, slightly below the feet. Edge of that bunker there, landed in the rough, took a bit of sting out of it. Perhaps half a yard more carry. You might have seen that releasing up towards the flagstick as opposed to away left. And there is Stenson, 78th in the race to Dubai in the projected standings as we are right now. So work to do for him in the remainder of the season if he's going to make his way to the DP World Tour Championship in Dubai. The top 60 qualify for that, and Westwood a little bit further down in 84th.
Yeah, Westwood having played so well in America early on in the year, the Players Championship, Bay Hill, back-to-back second place finishes, catapulted him up the world rankings, 2 tables for the Ryder Cup side, so quite a choice for Harrington as to where he picks his players from. Do you go world rankings? Do you go race to Dubai table? Do you go on experience?
Or do you go on the partners that you want, as we alluded to earlier? Just saw Justin Walters in with the clubhouse lead, a 66 for him today. 10 under par is the mark. He actually finished par. Yeah, Lee Westwood, you said that hot start to the year over in America, back-to-back runners-up finishes at Bay Hill, the Arnold Palmer Invitational and the Players Championship as well. But no top 15s anywhere in the world since then.
Down missed another green. I wonder how many greens he's actually hit today. I've lost count. It's not many. He has been chipping and having to chip and putt or use a putter from off the green a lot of the time. He must finish the round and be absolutely exhausted. I suspect he might putt this one.
Yeah, I think we're seeing what's been holding Graham McDowell back in recent times. The long game has been a real struggle for him. Short game's still pretty good, and he's 3-1 on to save his par from here.
Yeah, I think par's looking order of the day here. Wouldn't expect birdie, wouldn't expect bogey. Hello.
And par it's going to be, leaning on that short game. I mean, just to give it some context, this season, okay, McDowell hasn't played loads of events, but on the PGA Tour this past season, he's lost 1.276 strokes per round tee to green, which is an absolutely massive amount in that statistic, in all honesty.
Our bunker shot here for Westwood, trying to force it up the slope. Not renowned as being a great bunker player. So has that to save par.
Yeah, still 33 in the world rankings, Lee Westwood, so 48 years old. The longevity that he's shown throughout his career and still today is remarkable. Testament to his fantastic talent, but also his work rate, his fitness.
He's won €38,226,902 in prize money, which is nearly, well, it's just over €750,000 more than McIlroy.
Yeah, top of the career money list on the European Tour, and that'll keep the bank manager pretty happy.
Stenson fourth on that career money table. 28 million his one. So Westwood knows how to accumulate the cash.
Yeah, and he's topped the Race to Dubai, or European Tour Order of Merit as he used to be known prior to that, on 3 occasions as well.
Imagine how much money he would have made if he had a great short game.
Stenson, another man who's topped the Race to Dubai a couple of times, a FedEx Cup champion as well. 2013 he won both of those Orders of Merit, PGA and European Tour, an incredible achievement. He took a little hop there early, it looked like, and yeah, as often happens, just takes a little bit of pace out of it.
Well, we've seen this putt a number of times. We know exactly what it does. It turns a little bit more than players expect, because it goes slowly across the green. As it dies, it moves straight across the hole. Unlike this putt, which will be exactly the opposite, uphill, right to left braking.
Well, his sand saves this week have been 100%, 6 out of 6. He hasn't dropped a shot since the 6th hole today, his only bogey on the card. He's got this from 15 feet to keep that 100% record from the sand, and another dropped shot off of the card. It was a bold try, and he does seem to be a bit more aggressive with par putts than he does from birdie putts often. I mean, that being said, his pace control has been pretty good today, and the birdie putts he's had have been mid to long ranges for the most part.
Yeah, he's just not making enough. Today he's not making enough, but he doesn't look bad with the putter. There are times when Westwood has missed lots of putts over the last few years, and you thought, well, with that technique there's no chance of him holding them, but with the technique he's using now, you think, well, okay, he's just having one of those days, it's not going for him, but it might tomorrow. You don't think, oh, suddenly he's never going to hold a putt again.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on with that.
Rupert is really loud.
Stenson for his part.
Give him this one. And again, you wouldn't have thought today that Stenson would be, with the way that he's played, scoring better than the man who he's partnering.
Yes, 1 under par with 4 bogeys on the card, Henrik Stenson. So, I mean, that's the story of his game at the moment. It's a little bit of inconsistency. The good is still really good, but there are a few errant ones and the odd short missed putt creeping in as well. Super drive from Graham down the left-hand side. bounding into the centre of the fairway.
Just get the bye, Birdie.
Yes, that ball running, what, 30, 40 yards. Can you imagine if there was no run on the ball on this course? How long it would play. Gosh, it would be a brute.
Yeah, I mean, the scoring's really good at the top of the leaderboard, but make no mistake about it, this is a difficult golf course. The middle of the wind, not quite as severe as we sometimes see. It's a light breeze for the most part, but still, you have to find fairways and greens around here. And that's why we see good scramblers do well so often, because you are going to get out of position. Can you save your par, or do you let a shot go?
The very much underrated 16th hole. A layup tee shot short of the bunkers down the right, and then the hole turns half left. Trees protect the left side. So easy to get blocked out if you go down, find the left rough. Do not want to tangle with that over there.
Yeah, it's an iron off the tee for Henrik Stenson. That is the sensible play from here. He's only hit 5 of 11 fairways. An average distance today of 262 yards off the tee, but that's been predominantly with the 3-wood and perhaps the odd 5-wood chucked in there as well.
Front flag 10 on 3 from the left, so anything down the left side very hard to get close to the flag. Must be right half of the fairway, but on the fairway, and that isn't.
Well, for fans of Henrik Stenson's compatriot Joachim Lagergren, we've got some disappointing news. He's just double bogeyed the 17th, so he drops back to 10 under par. Westwood 283 yards he's averaged off the tee today, 6 of 11 fairways. But he has racked up the greens in regulation. A bit of a surprise there, neither player finding the fairway. Henrik Stenson in the thicker rough down the right. Lee Westwood just into the first cut down the left.
With the 6 on there, I thought. I was playing out towards the bunkers, obviously.
Yeah.
Then I just cut in quite a lot quicker then. So it was like right now on that. Oh.
Back to 15, Noren to this back right flag.
This season on the PGA Tour, 188th in proximity to the hole on his approach play. Just over 40 feet is his average. That's a pretty good one.
I think it's better than that. Excellent.
Yeah, I was being a bit harsh there, wasn't I, actually?
Bit like me on your game, really. Bit brutal.
Yeah, but that's more accurate. That deserved to be called an excellent shot.
They've got a good chance here to sneak one in.
More rounds over par than under par for McDowell in his BMW PGA Championship career.
Aiming a long way right with his feet and shoulders. So alignment looks to be a little out. Only on the green, but always having to make corrections. If your alignment's wrong, then your swing's got to change to compensate for that. Sometimes it can be that a player just gets out of sync literally through the simplest of things. Lineup could be posture, subtle change to a grip.
Yeah, the fundamentals absolutely vital, aren't you? You mentioned a couple of them there: grip, posture, alignment.
Yeah.
You know, something as simple as the rhythm and tempo. We all think very technically about our golf swings, but if you can get those fundamentals right and swing with a nice rhythm and tempo, you can take care of a lot of things, yes.
You can see Westwood blocked out where the trees down the left, so all you can see is just about the right-hand edge of the green. Going to be tough for both of them because you want to be coming in from the fairway here, get some spin, coming to that green, coming from the rough. Going to be hard to control the length of the shot. Going to be a hard wedge shot here. But then that brings the flyer into the equation. I don't think the ball is sitting down. See a little bit of it there. Yeah. Extra release going on, so he's gone over the little hog's back. So now up and over a ridge for his birdie attempt.
A good shot, but just shows the difference between being able to come in from the fairway and control that spin and keep it where that ball landed, as opposed to that release taking it over the hog's back.
Now Westwood can go directly at the flag if he goes over the trees. So only in the first cut, so able to do that. If it had been in the thick rough, it might have been a problem. Yep, well done.
McDowell for his mid-range birdie effort. Quizzical look down at the putt ahead. He was tied 24th here last year, Graham McDowell, which was his best result of 2020 since winning in Saudi Arabia right at the start of the year. Surely one of these has got to go in for Alex Noren at some stage. He's too good a putter to keep missing them.
Yeah. Trouble is mentally, you know, you start missing putts and then you go, do I give it more break? Do I hit it harder? Do I hit it softer?
I mean, I've got to fancy this. 13 feet. He's not going to keep missing them. Oh.
And every time you miss them, you go, oh gosh, that's another one I've hit two good shots too. And you get that little voice on your shoulder just chirping away at you, saying all sorts of horrible things because you keep missing another one. That's where you've got to kind of replace that noise with some positive noise.
Now, a little bit tentative with that first putt for birdie. He's left himself a little bit of work to do. You'd have given this one to him without too much hesitation in his heyday.
And even now, up the hill. I mean, you wouldn't have given it to him in that in match play. Yeah, you would have done.
Well, I feel like I'd need a lot of help in match play against Graham McDowell. A great record in the Ryder Cup, of course, so just out of pure desperation, I don't think I'd give him anything.
Uphill right to left breaking for Stenson for an outside chance, very much an outside
14 to 1.
Well, you wouldn't have been lumping loads of cash on that.
No, I think not. This putt for Westwood, however.
Yes.
Very, very makeable. It's one of the shorter birdie efforts he's given himself today. And there you can see 23 to 10 to make it, 10 to 3 on to miss it, and I'm inclined to favour this one going in for birdie. What do you think?
Yes, I think there's an excellent chance. It's one of the easier parts of the green to hole a putt on. But he's having he's having a Noren day.
We've seen so many putts from our feature groups here on the European Tour Betcast today just slide by the edge of the hole.
Shake of the head says it all.
So through 16 holes, level par. Lee Westwood, Henrik Stenson to tidy up for his par. He's 1 under for the round so far. 5 under in total.
And I suppose if you look at the course, the way that it's playing, 7 holes today playing over their par on average. 2 are playing to their par. Only 9 are playing under par. So, I mean, the average score 70.7 today. So a little bit just 1 under par is average.
Is that a touch trickier than the opening couple of days?
Well, certainly the tees are fully all the way back. You know, they've got 1 or 2 tricky pin placements today. You know, the rough is up with all that rain we've had. If you miss a fairway now, they're not cutting the rough, so it's getting thicker, it's getting longer.
Yeah, McDowell just finding the first cut of that rough. And as we saw from the difference between Stenson and Westwood's approaches, the difference between the first cut and the second cut of rough, huge in terms of the amount of control you can get on your approach shots here at Wentworth.
The other thing, looking at the card today, 6 holes are playing over their par, and 6 of them are on the front 9. So to get out in a decent score, to get some momentum going, is obviously really tricky. And get some momentum on the way back.
Yeah, it's those closing 3 holes all playing under par. So group hole score on the 17th. What do we think, Warren?
1 under. 1 will birdie, 1 will par.
I'm going to go with 2 under then.
Oh, took the bait.
I did. Under
1.5 under.
Yeah. So, I'm pleased to say we had a couple of these group hole scores on the par 5s yesterday. Got them both right then. Not as confident, I have to be honest.
Well, because there's only 2. I think it's harder with 2. 1 player's hit the rough. And I don't expect Westwood to hit the fairway here. The whole fairway slopes left to right. Even if you hit the middle of the fairway, you can end up in the rough.
Eagle and birdie for him on this hole this week, though. Both of those chip-ins. And the one for birdie yesterday was part of this European Tour Betcast coverage. Oh, looks to be down the right. Oh, not as bad as the cameraman first thought.
But now it's in a good spot.
Fine.
It's missed the thick stuff. Question of whether he can get a backswing underneath the trees or a full backswing where he can flick it down the fairway and get it on the green or near it.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, that one that he chipped in for birdie yesterday, Lee Westwood, it came after a little bit of a flubbed first chip from short right of the green.
I was talking to Jamie Spence about that. He said he saw the line, he thought that's a horror. It was really down in the rough, almost in a little hole, and he thought, and Spence is a good short game player, said even I wouldn't have fancied that one. So have to cut Lee some slack with that.
I certainly will do in that case. And the second chip was magnificent. Just saw Francesco Laporta birdie 3 on the opening hole to get himself into a tie for the lead as Graham McDowell's approach is on its way, and beautifully judged one at that. There's only been 2 birdies on that opening hole today, so a fantastic start for Laporta.
Noren isn't in the first cut here, he's in the second cut, but may also be attempting, oh no he's not, he's trying to hit the little hook around, the low hook around the trees.
everything. That slope to the green just feeds everything into that bunker if you are trying to run it in from the left-hand side. He's a good sand player though, gets up and down out of the bunkers 56.8% of the time. That has him ranked 30th on the PGA Tour.
Doesn't seem a lot, that 50%. If you said that to Tony Johnson, one of our colleagues on the commentary team and an excellent bunker player in his day, I think he'd have been expecting 75 or 80%.
Yeah, I think if you anything above 65%, to be honest, is a pretty decent total these days. Yeah, Tony Johnston was just an absolute magician from the sand, wasn't he? We were walking around at the Open Championship earlier this year, one of the practice rounds. Matt Wallace actually came running across the golf course towards Tony to ask his advice on how to play a particular type of bunker shot. So yeah, still very well regarded by the current players as well, and always happy to offer some words of wisdom, Tony Johnston.
He used to wear a sand iron out every 6 months. The face and the grooves went. Now Noren, a green to work with here below the level, so this will come out with a little bit of chase. So he's got to pitch this a little bit short of a hole. Get some speed through him to get some height and some grab. Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely top job.
Yeah, even Tony Johnston would applaud that one. Very nice stuff from Alex Noren there.
Quiet applause. This is a jumpy lie. It's going to chase it over the hill. Tempted to have a go at the green. That scamper down the hill. You get a lot of yardage down there with the right shape of shot.
You need a bit of wedge and putter magic from Henrik Stenson, hopefully, as I've predicted, 2 under. Of course, he might just hole it for the eagle and Lee Westwood makes par, or vice versa.
He could do it Adam Scott, couldn't he? Now, this could be a chasey one. 284, long iron, 3 iron.
Birdie or better for Westwood from here, 13 to 8. I quite like those odds given the lie and the angle he's got.
This can chase up. Oh, he's in.
Yeah.
Well, that's almost the area that he fluffed the chip shot. Well, he didn't fluff it, just didn't get it on the green.
But a slightly easier pin to get to from that position today in comparison to where it was yesterday, potentially.
Oh, yeah, definitely. McDowell, birdie range. He misread it as well. So Westwood missed it on that side, and so did Graham. Both not quite reading enough break into it. So a tricky one, obviously.
Some cold putters in our featured groups today, in all honesty. I think you might see all 4 of these players out on the putting green a little later this afternoon when their rounds finish, and Noren, certainly, as hard as he works,
just put it in the airing cupboard.
I was thinking
warm it
that.
up, yeah.
Bogey at the second for Francesco Laporta. Drops him back to 11 under where he started. Laurie Cantor and Kiradech Aphibarnrat out on the course in the final group. Level par at the opening holes. Walters and Lagergren in with 66s. It was a 7-5 finish for Lagergren. And Rye making a little move as well with 1 hole left to play. 9 under par, tied 9th.
Tommy Fleet with 3 under. Coming into the birdie holes.
Fitzpatrick a 68, that's encouraging. We saw him earlier this week as part of this Betcast live coverage from the BMW PGA Championship, and He's a touch out of sorts, wasn't quite hitting it close enough. The putter wasn't as good as we would normally expect, but he's obviously got it going today. A nice 68. Stenson, the best of our featured group coverage today. 1 under par for his round, 5 under par total. And here he is. It's a great view at that pin, 84 yards. Give him that one, Warren, so that's 1 birdie in the bank.
Good judgment of distance, that, wasn't it? Got it exactly in the middle of the hole there.
Slight misread.
Yeah. Beautiful. He's played some lovely shots. Nicely from the inside, shallow angle of attack there. And how about that?
It's an absolutely beautiful hit shot. Bit of cardio, keen to get up there. I mean, he's going to mark it, it looks like. But just tap it in. It looks like he's got his marker in his hand, but I don't think he'll need it. No, back in the pocket and tap it in. So Stenson definitely in for the birdie. Lee Westwood. Par for him, and your 1 under prediction is correct in the group hole score. But if Westwood can get up and down, the 2 under would have come to fruition.
Down back on the tee, such a tight driving hole. So many great rounds have come to grief on 17 because players have gone left. And just see the amount of roll down. That's pitched left half of the fairway and finished right.
So a better lie then than he had yesterday. And the par was the favourite from there.
Just the length. He's not been holing today, but I hope I'm wrong and on the total score, and he pops that in. Like to see him make another birdie, Lee Westwood. He's played really such good, strong golf all day and got no reward at all.
Yeah, 2 birdies on the card, and the ball striking has deserved more than that.
I mean, often you can go out and you can play a whole heap worse than his play today, and you can shoot 66 or 65 just because you have one of those days on the green.
He averages 3.48 birdies per round this season, Lee Westwood. So with 2 on the card already, a birdie finish here, and he can sneak under his average, make it to 4 birdies. His putting has been pretty decent this season on the PGA Tour. 92nd in strokes gained putting, and it's 2 to 1 that he holds this. Let's hope he does. He is just above average on the PGA Tour in putting. Oh, go in, go in. Yes, catches the left edge and falls in. Thoroughly deserved for Lee Westwood. He said patience was the key to his round yesterday. He's shown good patience again today. Fine ball striking. Not got too many birdie putts to drop, but that one does go in for a 3rd of the day. And a 2 under par cumulative score for that group on the whole.
But you didn't jump up out of your chair on this occasion. What's that all about? You refrained from your usual exuberance.
I saved that for chip-ins.
Ah, right. Okay.
Hole outs from off the green.
It's the jumping up and the fist pumping in the air that gets me.
I've only done it once this week.
The memory will linger on. There's the view from halfway down the fairway on 18, showing you what a sharp dogleg the 18th is from left to right. It's the only hole that doglegs from left to right on the course. He says, rapidly going through the card and checking that in his head.
Well, it's a shape that will suit Lee Westwood, certainly.
Yeah, and they aim at the bunkers you can see in the distance, and you really need to aim on the right-hand edge of the right-hand bunker because there's so much room further around. You've got the whole of the fairway and you've got a little bit of rough, but sometimes players get drawn into the middle of those bunkers and they get caught in the sand. Here's this exciting second shot over the river or the stream that meanders short of the putting surface, and it's very narrow. There's not much of a target there. So to go at this green, you need to be on the fairway, get yourself a clean hit. If you take a drive and you get it well down short of the grass that crosses the fairway, then you can be left with just a medium iron in. But then you've got to cut it a lot around the dogleg, or be brave and go over the top of the trees.
Averaging the 17th hardest, so the second easiest hole on the course today. A couple of eagles, 22 birdies, one bogey, one other. That other, of course, unfortunately, coming via the water. So whilst there are chances on this hole, of course, you can make anything from an eagle to a double bogey quite easily. Unsurprisingly, the 3-wood for Stenson. Sure.
That's clipped the trees.
Well, they're pointing, so I think it's come down.
Put the green flag up, didn't it?
Bogey and a birdie for Lee Westwood on this hole this week. What will he do today, Warren? There are the odds.
I'm not sure I like this club. I think this is the wrong club for him because it brings the bunkers into play down the left side. I think he's taking that because he doesn't want to go in them, but he's still got to cut the ball. The tendency is with the 3-wood that it's easier to draw the ball. I think the driver for him and slide it round the corner and get it out there as far as you can, but again I'm arguing with the world number one. So he's skied it right in the air.
Thoughts and bad ones.
Oh, where's that gone?
Right. He's just hit that absolutely nowhere.
Oh, it's cut. Well, there it is on the path.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen Lee Westwood hit a shot like that ever. He's just bloop skied it with a 3-wood. Where's that come from?
Wow.
Well, he's hitting another, but he needn't bother. They've got it.
Well, it might just be to get that one out of the system.
Yeah, it might be.
Well, reminiscent of Webb Simpson on the first tee at the Ryder Cup in Glen Eagles a few years ago. Skied a 3-wood. Par 4, of course, had to hit a 3-wood approach. Actually saved his par remarkably. But it does ever so occasionally happen to the best of them. And you can see with the provisional ball exactly what you thought might happen, Warren.
Yeah, I'm just surprised at somebody. I think it's because you have so many holes that you have to hit it right to left, right to left, right to left, right, and suddenly going to hit one the other way. Look at this. It's just gone. He's got so steep on that as he's.
It rattled its way down the trees, popped out.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Oh, what's that? 130, 140 yards off the tee?
Yeah. Yeah, it might take him a while to work out the next one as to where he wants to hit it.
Well, he'll have to lay it up short of the stream, surely.
Yeah, oh yeah. He can get home with this. He might have too much club in his hand with this hybrid.
Up over the brow of the hill, using the camera tower, and as you can see in here, he does not like that one. right-hand side.
I don't fancy the next shot. Yeah, he's missed it way on the wrong side there. Real tough pitch coming up for him. BMW, great sponsors for this event, have been for a number of years now. Blue ribbon event on the European Tour. Good to see all the crowds out. Great to see them back after, well, 18 months of horridness that the world has experienced.
Yeah, there's been a real buzz around the place this week. Camber its way up onto the green and stay there for McDowell.
Another chip shot he's got to play around the edge of the green.
Hopefully he'll convert that one into a green in regulation, though. He hasn't had too many of them today, but of course, greenside in 2 there on the par 5. Yeah, Lee Westwood having a little walk up, working out what he's going to do. Not one you plan for in the practice rounds, this, Warren.
No, I don't think you would want a marker from there. He's even to lay it up short of the ditch that crosses and the rough that spans across the fairway there. He's going to have to cut it a little bit. At least he's got a clean lie. There is a chance he could, with that lie as good as that, if he wanted to take a wood and hit a big burning cut. But I suspect there's nothing to be gained by it, because you're still going to play 3 shots to the green. So just make sure you get it down short of that ditch. 3rd onto the green. 3rd shot's going to be tough to that flag on the front.
Yeah, you would think one of these next 3 shots will have to be pretty special for Lee Westwood if he gets out of here with a birdie.
Oh, yeah. He's got to hit 2 special shots. Where did that finish? Has he got it over the ditch from there?
Oh, has he run it through the fairway into the ditch? We're not sure.
He doesn't look worried, which fills me with optimism.
Stenson down the right-hand side. Oh, you can see there have been plenty of birdies. 4 of them even made from those bunkers on the left. Not too many balls been down the right-hand side where Henrik Stenson is, though.
Yeah, you would think this shot for him is a layup. Short of the first bunker on the left. Give himself about a 100-yard pitch in. Just see the edge of that bunker in front of the white hospitality unit.
Where the pin is cut today, there is that tier behind it that can be used as a backstop if they want to play it long. Past it, spin it back with their 3rd.
What I'm saying to you is, I'm not against sort of taking the golf one for the green. I just think rocket set.
Can't quite catch what they're saying.
Look, just the other option is it's not a rip hit, is it? You don't quite make it. Yeah, that's probably a sensible shot. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's more like it. They're going for the sensible shot. Whatever that one is, I can't quite work out, but it should be just the layup.
It's probably the difference between the top pros and most amateur golfers, going for the sensible shot.
Yeah. If you can't hit the green with the shot you're facing and you're going to play a layup, then lay it up onto the fairway, because there's no point trying to gain sometimes the extra 10 or 20 yards. It doesn't mean that much if you're still going to be left with a wedge in your hand.
Absolutely, and you can apply the same logic off the tee sometimes on a par 5 as well. If you're not going to end up going for it in 2. Make sure you find the fairway with the first, even if you're hitting 3-wood, as that man Henrik Stenson does so often, or even a long iron or a hybrid to get it in play. So Noren, obviously this his 4th, having gone way right.
Yeah, he didn't have much joy down there on the right of the green after 2 shots. One umbrella up today, but that's to keep the sun off the spectators. That's nice.
Yeah, it was absolutely scorching earlier in the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we were up in the mid to high 20 degrees centigrade. See, Lee Westwood will be playing in from the rough. But all things considered, after that opening tee shot, 133 yards left for his 3rd. Not the worst result, even from the rough on the left.
No, I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with you. I think that was the wrong shot. He's got a really hard shot from here now because the pin's on the front. He's not going to get the spin. He's not going to show how he comes out. I mean, the best he can hope for here is probably 20, 30 feet past if he plays a good shot.
But laying up short of that water, you give yourself the best part of 200 yards left. So would you rather have a wedge? Oh, that's going to the bunker. That might prove your point rather than mine. But I was going to say, would you rather have a wedge from the rough or a mid-iron from the
It would have been a
fairway?
7 or 6 iron for him. And yeah, I would go for that all day long, from because you just don't know how it's going to come out of that rough, and you don't know whether you're going to be buried, in which case, you know, can you even then get it over the water? You know exactly what you can do from the fairway with a 6 or a 7 iron. If you play a bad shot, Mr. Green, well, that's fine, but you played a bad shot. But at least you've given yourself the chance to play a good one.
McDowell for birdie on the 17th. Well, he birdied all the way back on the 4th, and that is his 2nd of the day. You can see Stenson also in that rough down the left, unable to keep it in the fairway, but that is so often the modern way. Get it down the hole as far as possible, off the tee, 2nd shots as well, even if you are in the rough. And you're shaking your head.
Well, it's a hard shot from here to this flag today. You've got room to work with, fine, but he's gone for real height, trying to get it to spin. Just couldn't flirt with that front flag. To a back flag, okay, I can understand it a little bit, but not to a front flag.
We tried yesterday, believe it.
He's got one of the most wicked sense of humour, hasn't he? I mean, if you're ever on the receiving end of it, it's great.
He does like a practical joke.
Oh, he does. He and Ian Poulter, my goodness, it's well known.
I asked him earlier in the week if he had anything planned for this week, or even potentially in Whistling Straits if he's there for Ian Poulter. He said there might be 1 or 2 things in the works, but he wasn't giving too much away. It's the anticipation that's often the killer if you're on the receiving end of these things.
Yeah, it's the gotcha moment, isn't it?
Yeah, keep an eye on their social media channels, Ian Poulter and Henrik Stenson. Always good entertainment on there. So what's Westwood got here from this bunker to that pin position, Warren?
Well, again, I say he's not the best bunker player. It's very fast down the hill. Anything beyond, it's in the water. So you know he's got to play this to run it out. So this is a kind of take a lot of sand, just chunk it 10 feet onto the green, let it run down to the hole. Don't get too cute.
Yeah, not the best bunker player in general, but 100% this week. 7 out of 7 for sand saves. But as we've seen today with a couple of those, it's the putter that's helped him out. The initial shot hasn't gone that close, but he's holed a good putt. What's he got here?
Bite. He's played it well. Pitched a little further up the green than I thought, but well done. The thing about bunker shots, you never make contact, well, greenside bunker shots, you never make contact with the ball. It's a fresh air shot in effect.
And the ball teed pretty low for Graham McDowell there.
Trying to play the squeezy one though.
Catch piece.
Cutty.
Close to the right side of the fairway.
And that is the shot to play, I think.
I like that, don't you? The driver, get it really working around the corner, chasing down that slope.
Because it's easier to cut the ball.
A good bunker shot from Westwood there to just inside 4 feet. Stenson, 54 feet, and he's got that ridge that runs through the centre of the green to do battle with. It will really swing hard from left to right and pick up significant pace as it makes its way from the top to the bottom tier.
Interesting as to who would win this battle today. If Stenson 2 putts and gets in the clubhouse with a round of 70, Westwood's got a hole and they would tie each other. 3 putt to a 1 putt, Westwood wins, Stenson holes. All comes down to the last green if you were having a little wager on these two head to head.
Well, you'd have to fancy Stenson at this point. Westwood and his effort for par. If Stenson gets down in 2 from here, that would wrap it up for him, but not a formality by any means.
I'm going on they tie. Well done.
We're going on they tie.
Yeah, Westwood. Oh no, Westwood can't make the birdie, can he?
No.
Sorry, I always thought it was the birdie. It's for par, but yes. Yeah.
No, I think they're both looking like getting out of here with pars on 18 after getting out of position early off the tee.
I forgot the blooper tee shot.
I think Lee Westwood's trying to as well.
Oh, it's something you never see from Westwood. You never see him play. I've never seen him play a shot.
There have been a few like that, haven't there? That tee shot from Westwood, not for him, I mean, just generally shots you wouldn't believe. We've had the 2 slightly chunky, shall we say, chip shots from McDowell and Poulter, and as you say, 2 of the absolute best short game players on the planet.
Yep.
Westwood's such a fantastic ball striker, and just shots you wouldn't imagine seeing from them.
Well, yeah, with the 3 were off a tee. It wasn't as if it was on the fairway even. This to wrap up the round for Stenson and his par. Well done.
And it goes a round of 70 for Henrik Stenson. It was an adventurous one. The eagle back on the 4th, 4 bogeys on the card as well. But a much more solid back 9. Things really picked up from the 9th for him. He's 6 under par for the tournament. Right now that has him in a tie for 31st. So Stenson confirming with that tap-in that he would take the 2-ball honours with his 70. This for Westwood for a 71, and in it goes. So a day of good ball striking for Lee Westwood. Plenty of greens in regulation. 70, 70, 71. And these are the odds to win outright for the pair. So 1,500 to 1 for Lee Westwood. For Henrik Stenson rather, 2,500 to 1 for that man, Lee Westwood, who's at 5 under par right now. And with the lead currently at 13 under in possession of Francesco Laporta, who's just eagled the 4th. So 2 good tee shots here. Noren, 216 yards left, and as you say, Graham McDowell.
This is 198.
Yeah.
McDowell in a great position.
But it's like,
where is
it's short? Yeah, it's short. So you got 192. So a drop 4 iron will do it, but it has to come down right to the pin.
Yeah.
What about hybrid? How far is that going to go? Let's say like a 2. Over is fine, yeah?
Over's fine, yeah, so you can then, yeah.
But how far is like...
So no, it's a 198 and your cut hybrid is 220.
Makes sense, huh?
Well, yeah, this is now pitching past the
Doesn't
pin.
it?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's better going this route. Yeah.
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 Well, his longest iron in the bag is a 4-iron, and he reckons 216 is too stretched to carry the water. So he's now going for a much longer club. So he's got to take something off this. This is going to go long. So expect this in the back bunker or the back rough.
Pars from out of position off the tee the first 2 days. What can Alex Noren do from the fairway?
He's done
really
well.
good golf shot. Well done.
Yeah, he was just caught in between clubs there. Nothing much you can do, but he's played the sensible one. Take the water out of play. 2-putt for your birdie. On you go.
And you can see that solid record for him here at the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. 9 cuts in 12 appearances, 3 top 10 finishes, one of them victory in 2017.
Yeah, I mean, I've not got this helping, which makes it a 5-iron. Yeah. 95 shots.
So are those flags coming at us right now?
I think they are, yeah. 95 shots to pitch at it, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, all there is hurt right now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought that.
Oh, this tee shot's played so short, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think it's hurting much. But I just don't think there's any help, and I think you need help.
So he needs a bit of help with a 6-iron to get up there. So again, caught in between 2 clubs. Going to go for the longer one. So he can try and feather it, take a little bit off if he wants to be flirting with the water, or he can just hit a good solid one. Probably go a little long.
Just 187 yards left for Graham McDowell.
Down, down,
softly.
Down.
Wanted to get down.
Sometimes you just don't get the numbers. Again, his sensible pro shot. Don't force it. Trying to play the miraculous shot to carry the water by a fingernail. Get it close and make an eagle. Just be a little bit more sensible. Except you can make birdie from the back of the green. You've got another round to go.
And suddenly Francesco Laporta has a 3-shot lead at the top. Kiradech Aphibarnrat 2 over par through the first 3. Laurie Cantor dropping a shot as well, so a big old tussle at 10 under par, but it's the Italian Francesco Laporta who's clear at the top.
How many players at 10 under though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So lots of people.
6 under, currently a tie for 31st as well. So, you know, 4 shots, you can go from a tie to 31st up into a tie for 2nd. So much is going to happen as this afternoon unfolds, and we go into the final round tomorrow.
I'm glad to see that my pick, Adam Scott, has made a birdie on the 4th hole, having gone bogey on the previous couple of holes. He's 1 over for the round.
Masahiro Karamura 1 over for the round as well. So
Justin Rose off to a good start after the bogey on 3. He's gone birdie, so that's good news in his hopes of trying to get into the Ryder Cup.
Oh, and another man with those hopes, Shane Lowry, similarly a couple under.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Lowry won.
He's due one here, isn't he? His form here has been fantastic. He says it doesn't owe him anything, this venue, but with as well as he's played over such a prolonged period here at Wentworth in the BMW PGA Championship, you've got to think he's going to add the trophy to his resume at some point, and why not this year to seal his place in the Ryder Cup team?
Yeah, Fleetwood at 8 under 2 currently. He's only a couple of back of that posse who are in second place. Let's have a look at these putts. 52 feet and 58 feet. You wouldn't have thought Noren was inside McDowell, would you? From the pictures, it's obviously the angle to that flag, making it just that bit further.
And looking at all of those that have been holed on this green today, only one of them putting down from the top tier.
It's funny, this green, when you get on it and you have a putt, it's so much bigger than you think it is. It's a long green, not as wide as some, but for some reason it seems quicker than all the others. When you putt on it, you just keep saying to yourself, stop, stop.
Noren and McDowell at 3 and 2 under par for the tournament respectively, and both at 5,000 to 1 to win the tournament. Noren made a pretty spectacular comeback with that closing 62 to win in 2017. You've got to think even a 62 tomorrow wouldn't be enough for him to repeat that feat and get his hands on the trophy. So it's putter for McDowell.
Yeah, for them to even think about winning, you'd have to have amazing change of weather. They go out early, post a really low score, and suddenly you get
hurricane,
a mini typhoon. Yeah. Still, eagle would help the cause here. Left to right braking, quick. Not high enough.
And not hard enough either. A little bit of movement in that one that will be left for the birdie. It's a very chatty relationship, isn't it, between Graham McDowell and Ken Comboy? They're always firing stuff back and forth at each other.
It's a modern thing. Players, well, you go back into Seve's day and Langer, hardly to speak to caddies that might get the odd yardage, but they'd never talk to them about how and where and course management. It would be left to the player. But well, over the last, what, 15 years, 10 years, now they are all so chatty.
Noren for his eagle. As we've seen, it will turn left to right, pick up pace as it comes off of the tee. A wonderful lag putter, the Swede. If anyone can knock this one stone dead or even just get it to drop in, it's him.
Yep. Pretty good crystal ball working there.
Well, the stats make that one easy if you just look at what Alex Noren does from distance. As I said, second in avoiding 3 putts on the PGA Tour this year, and generally just a wonderful putter from long range, a great lagger of the ball on the greens. That's exactly what he's done there. Graham McDowell giving this birdie putt the respect it deserves. He's left himself a few feet. This to finish birdie, birdie for a 71, and in it goes. 73 rather, 1 over par. Graham McDowell, there you can see not much going on the front nine. He was out of position a lot, making some really good par saves. Those 3 bogeys on the bounce at the turn really took the wind out of the sails, but a nice little birdie, birdie finish. Always keeps you coming back, doesn't it, golf? Alex Noren. Oh, this should be an absolute formality. Yeah, level par, 72 for the Swede. Not the day he was hoping for on the greens. But he finishes the day right where he started, at -4, tied for 48th. So none of our players on the European Tour Betcast this morning able to make real strides up the leaderboard. All 4 of them Europeans with hopes or expectations of being involved in the Ryder Cup at Whistling Straits in a couple of weeks' time. Graham McDowell, we know, will be there as a vice-captain. Noren was looking for the miracle win to get in automatically. Westwood in there. Stenson needed something special as well. And that is the leaderboard as it stands right now. And Shane Lowry, well, he's looking to stamp his ticket and get himself on the trophy here. His name, he's 3 under par, early doors 11 under, but it's Francesco Laporta, the Italian, who leads. It's all set for a thrilling afternoon. Enjoy the full coverage, and we'll be back with you on the European Tour Betcast tomorrow morning.